Chapter 1. A Quiet Beginning. How Thomas Midgley, Jr. helped shape the air around us.
If you settle into a comfortable position and let your mind drift for a moment, the story of Thomas Midgley, Jr. begins to feel almost like a quiet parable about human progress. Brilliant, determined, and full of hope, yet shadowed by consequences no one could foresee. Midgley lived during a time when faith in science was almost boundless. The early 20th century was an age when every problem seemed solvable with the right combination of curiosity and machinery. And in that atmosphere of bold invention, Midgley stood out. He was trained as a mechanical engineer, but he moved fluidly into chemistry whenever the challenge required it. To his peers, he was not just talented, but exceptional. One of those rare minds that seemed able to coax solutions out of stubborn industrial problems. Over the course of his career, he collected more than 100 patents, each representing a new idea or a clever method that pushed his industries forward. Prestigious awards followed: the Perkin Medal, the Priestley Medal, the Willard Gibbs Medal. He eventually became president of the American Chemical Society, a role that reflected not only his technical skill, but the enormous respect he commanded. Companies trusted him. Policymakers admired him. Journalists praised him as someone who was helping to shape a modern, efficient, almost futuristic America. Two of his achievements stood out above all the others. The first was his solution to engine knock, a persistent and damaging problem in early automobiles. The second was his answer to the dangers of early refrigeration systems, which relied on toxic and flammable gases. To an industrial world hungry for reliable machines and safe household appliances, Midgley appeared almost heroic. He helped cars run more smoothly, and he helped refrigerators enter ordinary homes without fear of explosions or poisoning. Seen from that vantage point, he was a figure who made everyday life easier for millions. But time has a way of revealing the full shape of a legacy, and Midgley's took on a far darker outline as the decades passed. What once seemed like triumphs slowly came to be understood as environmental catastrophes. The compounds he introduced, tetraethyl lead in gasoline and chlorofluorocarbons in cooling systems, did not remain politely in the background of human life. They traveled. They accumulated. They changed the physiology of children, the chemistry of the atmosphere, and ultimately the stability of the planet itself. Tetraethyl lead seeped into the bloodstreams of generations. It impaired brain development, altered behavior, and contributed to worldwide declines in cognitive health. Chlorofluorocarbons, floating high into the stratosphere, tore open the protective ozone layer, allowing harmful ultraviolet radiation to reach the Earth's surface. Scientists later calculated that Midgley's inventions had touched the atmosphere on such a scale that one historian remarked, half in astonishment, half in alarm, that no single organism in Earth's long history had changed the air more than he had. And so the story of Thomas Midgley becomes more than a biography. It is a reminder of how deeply human solutions can reshape the natural world, sometimes in ways no one anticipates. His life also exposes the quieter side of technological progress, the hidden industrial decisions, the attempts to downplay danger, and the long battles fought by scientists and public health advocates to undo the damage. Tonight, as we begin this exploration of Midgley's life, let it unfold gently, like a reflection on the power of invention and the responsibility that accompanies it. His story is not one of simple villains or heroes. It is the story of an age that believed wholeheartedly in innovation, and of a man whose brilliance reshaped the modern world, both for better and for worse. As you listen, allow the narrative to settle softly, carrying you through the complexity of a life that changed the atmosphere itself.
Chapter 2. A childhood filled with curiosity, the Midgley family and the roots of invention, 1889 to 1896.
If you imagine the beginnings of a life shaped by invention, Thomas Midgley Jr.'s story feels almost predestined. He entered the world on May 18, 1889, in the quiet town of Beaver Falls, Pennsylvania, surrounded by a lineage that treated mechanical creativity not as an occasional pursuit, but as a natural way of moving through life. In his family, tools were not simply objects lying on a workbench. They were extensions of curiosity, passed from one generation to the next. His father, Thomas Midgley Sr., was already leaving his mark on the young and rapidly developing world of transportation. He had patented a demountable tire rim and managed factories that produced bicycles and tires in Ohio, helping shape the earliest days of American mobility. On his mother's side, the inventive spirit was equally strong. His maternal grandfather, James Emerson, had created the inserted tooth saw, an important innovation that allowed saw blades to last longer and perform more efficiently. In a time when machines were transforming the pace of work and life across the nation, these inventions were part of a larger story of progress, and young Midgley grew up watching it unfold from within his own household. When the family moved to Columbus, Ohio in 1996, the transition marked more than a change of address. Columbus was a place of opportunity, bustling with new industries, and a sense of optimism about what technology could achieve. Midgley would consider it his true home for the rest of his life. It was in the schools of suburban Columbus that he began to show the curious habits that hinted at the remarkable yet complicated career ahead of him. Friends and teachers noticed how he delighted in finding unusual uses for ordinary materials. One of his early experiments became a small legend in his high school years. He chewed slippery elm bark until it softened, then wound the fibers tightly around baseballs to create extra curve. It was a simple, playful act, yet it revealed something profound about the way his mind worked. At an age when most boys focused on the game itself, Midgley was already exploring how the physical world could be adjusted, improved, or bent to his will. He later recalled that he always kept a periodic table of elements close at hand, almost as if it were a personal map. Each element represented a possible solution, a clue, or a tool waiting to be employed. This perspective would follow him throughout his life, even though his formal education took a slightly different direction at first. After finishing West High School, he entered Cornell University in 1907 to study mechanical engineering. His coursework focused on machines, structures, and the precision of applied physics. Chemistry, the field that would one day define his most consequential work, occupied only a couple of survey courses in his schedule. He would later say that he had never envisioned himself as a chemist at all. His dream was simply to become an inventor, someone who could create practical things that made daily life easier. When he graduated in 1911, he stepped into adulthood with a sense of purpose. He married Carrie Reynolds, settled into family life, and welcomed 2 children into the world. His early professional years were modest and steady. He worked at the National Cash Register Company, then spent several more years conducting research at his father's factory. During this period, he was regarded as a capable young engineer, talented, disciplined, and driven by the ideals he had absorbed during his upbringing, but not yet marked for extraordinary fame. Everything changed in 1916. Charles Boss Kett, a legendary inventor who had once supervised Midgley at NCR, had moved on from cash registers to co-found Delco, a new research laboratory dedicated to solving some of the most difficult problems in the automotive world. Kettering had a gift for recognizing potential in people, and when he looked at Midgley, he saw a mind capable of more than routine engineering work. He invited him to join him. This moment became the turning point that reshaped the arc of Midgley's life. Under Kettering's mentorship at General Motors' Delco laboratory in Dayton, he entered an environment where creativity was encouraged, where experiments were bold, and where the challenges ahead demanded imagination on a scale he had not yet exercised. What began as a promising step in a young inventor's career would lead to breakthroughs celebrated across the industrial world, and eventually to consequences no one fully anticipated. The seeds of triumph and tragedy were planted together in that laboratory, where Midgley took his first steps into the vast realm of chemical research that would make him one of the most influential and controversial figures in the history of technology. As we reflect on this part of his journey, let it unfold gently, like a quiet prologue to the chapters ahead, an early portrait of a man shaped by family, guided by mentors, and carried into history by a deep, restless curiosity about the workings of the material world.
Chapter 3: A Teenager and a Baseball. The Slippery Elm Experiment that revealed his inventive mind. If you picture a quiet afternoon in an American high school at the beginning of the 20th century, you might imagine students gathering on an open field, the warm air filled with the familiar sound of a baseball being tossed between friends. It was in this simple, everyday setting that a young Thomas Midgley Jr. revealed something essential about the way his mind worked, something that would echo through the rest of his life.
Midgley loved baseball. He played it with the same enthusiasm that many teenagers do, but he approached the game with a deeper curiosity. For him, the excitement was not only in the competition, but also in the mechanics of motion. The way a ball moved through the air, the hidden physics that decided whether a pitch would fly straight or bend away at the last moment. Even as a teenager, he felt drawn to the idea that almost any problem, even a playful one, might yield to experimentation. Together with a teammate named Sanford Brown, Midgley began exploring ways to make a baseball curve more sharply. He was not content with the ordinary arc of a pitch. He wanted to coax more motion out of the ball, to give it a movement so unexpected that it seemed to defy what others accepted as normal. The two boys tried different materials, examining how each affected friction on the surface of the ball. Their most surprising discovery came from an unlikely source: the bark of the slippery elm tree. Midgley would chew the bark until it softened and released a slick, almost mucus-like extract. When this mixture was applied to the baseball, the surface became remarkably smooth. That slipperiness changed how air flowed across the ball when it spun, making its path bend more dramatically. A pitch treated this way behaved differently, curving with a life of its own. At first, it was nothing more than a high school experiment, the kind of curious tinkering that might have remained a small personal story. Yet this technique, simple, natural, and born from high school inventiveness, eventually made its way into professional baseball. Pitchers years later used similar methods to create the infamous spitball, a pitch that changed the balance between batter and pitcher and became a debated part of the sport's history. Without realizing it, teenage Midgley had carried out his first quiet intervention into the mechanics of motion using a chemical effect. This anecdote, when viewed from a distance, becomes more than a charming sports story. It reveals a mind already attuned to experimentation. Midgley was the kind of young person who asked, "What can be changed? What can be improved?" He was known to enjoy mathematics and even poetry. He recited the poem "Casey at the Bat" to friends, blending the precision of numbers with the rhythm of words. He kept journals filled with notes and diagrams, small windows into his growing fascination with the world's underlying rules. And he carried something unusual for a high school student: a periodic table of elements tucked into his pocket. To him, the table was not an abstract chart for classrooms, but a cabinet of tools waiting to be used. Whenever he encountered a problem, whether in a game or in later scientific work, he would ask himself which element might offer an answer. He thought of elements the way a mechanic thinks of parts, each one a component that could solve a puzzle if placed in the right arrangement. In the slippery elm experiment, you can see all of these traits gently coming together. It is a small story, but it captures the essence of his approach. Observe the world, identify a problem, test ideas, and trust the results. He was not yet the inventor who would search the periodic table for new fuels and refrigerants, nor the engineer whose decisions would alter the planet's atmosphere. But the habits that guided him, the curiosity, the willingness to experiment, the fascination with materials, were already fully alive. As you imagine the young Midgley on that baseball field, walking home with his notebooks and his pocket periodic table, you might sense the early stirrings of a mind that saw the world as something malleable, something that could be shaped with the right combination of insight and materials. This quiet, almost forgotten moment in his youth becomes a gentle foreshadowing of the extraordinary and deeply complicated path that awaited him.
Chapter 4. Learning to Build the World. Midgley's mechanical engineering years at Cornell, 1907 to 1911. When Thomas Midgley, Jr. stepped onto the campus of Cornell University in 1907, he entered a world shaped by optimism and ambition. The early 20th century was a time when engineering schools felt like gateways to the future, places where young minds learned to build the machines that would define modern life. And in this setting, surrounded by laboratories, drafting rooms, and the hum of new ideas, Midgley began the next stage of his journey. What makes this moment so important is not just that he attended Cornell, but what he chose to study there. He did not train as a chemist. Chemistry for him was something he encountered only in passing, through a few survey courses and a bit of mineralogy. Instead, he immersed himself fully in mechanical engineering. His days were filled with lessons in thermodynamics, metallurgy, and the design of moving parts. He studied the behavior of heat, the strength of materials, and the ways energy could be stored, transferred, or harnessed. In every class, the focus was clear. An engineer solves problems by building systems that work. This foundation would shape the way Midgley thought for the rest of his life. When he later turned to chemical substances, lead, fluorine, and dozens of other elements, he did not see them as delicate components of living systems, or as substances that could travel through soil, air, and human bodies. Instead, he saw them as mechanical tools, pieces of a larger machine he was trying to perfect. To his mind, an atom of lead was no different than a bolt or a spring, simply a material with certain properties that could be put to use. This way of thinking explained much of his later work. When he tried to quiet the rattling of an engine piston, he approached the problem as an engineer. Select a substance, test it, and observe the mechanical result. When he experimented with new refrigerants, he did so with the mindset of someone trying to make a cooling system run more safely and efficiently. Any biological or environmental risk seemed to him like a secondary factor, something to be managed along the way rather than a warning sign of deeper harm.
Cornell itself left an imprint on him beyond textbooks and lectures. At that time, the university thrived on a spirit of invention. Students were encouraged to think boldly, to imagine new devices that could make daily life smoother and more efficient. Midgley absorbed this atmosphere with enthusiasm. He even drafted ideas for an automatic voting machine, a small glimpse of how his mind wandered beyond ordinary assignments and toward ways machines might simplify the world. His professors remembered him as hard-working and thoughtful. He earned good marks and left Cornell with a quiet confidence, ready to apply the principles he had learned to the challenges waiting beyond campus. Yet what Cornell did not teach him, what almost no engineering school of that era emphasized, was caution about the long-term effects of new chemical substances. Environmental science was still a young discipline, and public health concerns about industrial chemicals were only beginning to surface. For a student like Midgley, the connection between a substance and its impact on living systems remained dim, distant, almost abstract. In 1911, the year he graduated, his life entered a new chapter of stability and purpose. He married Carrie Reynolds and began searching for opportunities to put his mechanical training into practice. With his degree in hand and the optimism of youth at his side, he stepped out of Cornell, believing that the tools of engineering could fix almost anything. As we reflect on this period of his life, it offers a gentle reminder of the powerful influence early training can have on a person's worldview. Midgley left Cornell not as a chemist with a sense of caution, but as an engineer with a toolbox of ideas, ready to build, ready to solve, and unaware of how profoundly the materials he would soon work with
could alter the world far beyond the machines he hoped to perfect.
Chapter 5. A Chance Meeting with Boss Ket. How General Motors Became Midgley's Turning Point. 1916. By the middle of the 1910s, Thomas Midgley, Jr. found himself at a crossroads. His early professional years had been steady but unremarkable. A short period at the National Cash Register Company, followed by work in his father's tire business, where he struggled to find a direction that matched his restless curiosity. He was capable, certainly, but there was a sense that his talents needed a different environment, a space where bold ideas and unsolved problems lived side by side. That opportunity arrived in 1916 in the form of an invitation that would define the rest of his life. The offer came from Charles Franklin Kettering, a man already woven into the fabric of American industrial history. Known affectionately as Boss Ket, Kettering was the inventor of the electric automobile starter, a single innovation that changed driving forever by eliminating the dangerous manual crank. He was a visionary, an engineer who blended creativity with practicality. And he had recently established the Dayton Engineering Laboratories Company, or Delco, in Ohio. His goal was ambitious: to build a research center that could push the boundaries of automotive technology. When Kettering looked at the young Midgley, he saw something that others had not yet fully appreciated. Midgley's way of thinking, experimental, methodical, and unafraid of unconventional paths, fit the kind of work Delco was beginning to take on. And so, at 27 years old, Midgley accepted the offer and moved to Dayton. This decision placed him not only under Kettering's mentorship, but at the heart of a growing research empire that would soon be folded into General Motors. GM, even then, was becoming one of the most powerful industrial forces in the world. By joining Delco, just as it was being absorbed into GM's research division, Midgley stepped directly into an environment where the most difficult problems of the automotive age were being tackled. Among them, one stood out as especially urgent and stubborn: the puzzle of engine knock. Engine knock was a harsh metallic pinging sound caused by fuel exploding too early inside the cylinder. It robbed engines of power, damaged their internal parts, and limited how far engineers could push performance. As Americans demanded smoother, faster cars, vehicles like the Cadillac models that had already adopted Kettering's revolutionary electric starter, the limitations of gasoline engines became impossible to ignore. A solution was needed, and quickly. Kettering entrusted this challenge to Midgley and a small group of researchers. It was a task that perfectly matched Midgley's blend of mechanical intuition and experimental fearlessness. He approached the problem the way an engineer might dismantle a clock, by breaking it down, testing each component, and studying how the system responded. He set up specialized laboratory engines and used high-speed cameras to observe the precise moment when fuel detonated. He adjusted mixtures, altered timing, and experimented with dozens of additives, searching for one that could quiet the violent knock. In this work, his Cornell training merged seamlessly with the curiosity he had carried since childhood. To him, every chemical element was a potential tool, a piece that might fit into the engine's puzzle. And so he worked through the periodic table with patient determination, element by element, searching for a substance that could make gasoline behave more gently and predictably. Kettering, watching from the side, quickly recognized how rare this combination of traits was. He later joked that his greatest discovery was not the electric starter at all, but the hiring of Thomas Midgley, Jr.
He admired the young researcher's ability to begin with a blank sheet of paper and end with a completely new idea, a new method, or even a new compound. That quality made Midgley indispensable to GM's expanding research division. What neither man could foresee, what no one could have imagined at the time, was that the work they were doing would eventually open the door to immense environmental harm. The search for a knock-proof fuel additive would lead Midgley to chemicals that could quiet an engine, but would also, years later, quiet something far greater: the health of communities around the world and the stability of Earth's atmosphere. But in these early years, the perspective was different. The mood was hopeful, the problems exciting, and the promise of better engines felt like a gift to society. As Midgley settled into his role under Boss Kett's guidance, he stepped into a partnership that would produce some of the 20th century's most celebrated innovations, and, as time would reveal, some of its most devastating consequences. For now, though, in this part of the story, we see only the beginning. A young engineer finding a mentor, entering a world of possibility, and preparing to solve a problem that had troubled the entire automotive industry. The path ahead would be long and complicated, but it began quietly in a laboratory in Dayton, where curiosity, machinery, and human ambition intertwined.
Chapter 6. Listening to an engine's heartbeat, understanding the mysterious knock. To understand the next chapter of Thomas Midgley Jr.'s journey, imagine the sound of an early automobile climbing a steep hill. The engine strains, the metal vibrates, and then, sharp and sudden, you hear it, a harsh metallic pinging. Engineers of the time called this unsettling sound knock, and in the early 20th century it stood as one of the most stubborn obstacles in the advancement of automotive design. This knock was far more than an annoyance to the driver. Hidden inside the engine, the problem revealed itself as a kind of internal turbulence. The fuel-air mixture, instead of burning in a smooth, controlled wave sparked by the ignition, would suddenly detonate in uneven bursts. These abrupt explosions sent shock waves crashing against the cylinder walls. Over time, they could crack pistons, stress bearings, and rob the engine of its ability to deliver power when it was needed most, especially during those demanding moments on steep roads or when a vehicle carried a heavy load. In the age of expanding car ownership, this problem loomed large. Automakers knew that if they wanted engines to grow stronger and more efficient, they had to raise the compression ratio. But increasing compression only made knock worse. It was as though the engine, pushed to work harder, protested by igniting its fuel too soon. Many attempted solutions had been tried. Mechanics adjusted spark plugs, fuel suppliers experimented with refining methods, but none of these yielded a breakthrough. The heart of the issue lay deeper, in the very chemistry of combustion itself. This was the challenge that Charles "Boss" Kett placed before Midgley. Together, they wondered if the problem was not mechanical at all, but chemical. Perhaps what the engine needed was not a different design, but a different kind of fuel, one that burned with more patience and less violence. Midgley approached the issue with the same blend of engineering precision and experimental curiosity that had shaped him since childhood. He constructed a special test engine, a sort of mechanical stage where the drama of combustion could be observed in detail.
He installed instruments to capture fluctuations in pressure and light, allowing him to see and measure what had previously been invisible. And in an especially innovative step, he used a high-speed motion picture camera to film the flame front inside a transparent cylinder. These images, flickering rapidly across the screen, revealed exactly how the fuel ignited, how fast the flame spread, and where the destructive knock first began. What he discovered changed everything. A healthy flame inside an engine does not explode all at once. It begins at the spark plug and travels outward like a wave, steady and controlled. Knock occurred when parts of the mixture, often far from the spark, ignited prematurely. These rogue explosions created collisions of pressure that shook the engine from within. The solution, then, was not to change the spark, but to guide the fuel itself, to persuade it to burn more slowly, more uniformly, and only when it was meant to. Between 1916 and 1921, Midgley and Kettering's team tested dozens upon dozens of chemical additives. Each candidate was mixed with gasoline, poured into the test engine, and examined with meticulous care. Some substances helped a little, many made things worse, but Midgley persisted, driven by the idea that every element, every compound, was a potential tool waiting to be tried. In this period, his mechanical understanding and his experimental instincts worked together seamlessly. He reasoned that heavier molecules, or those containing certain elements, might slow the pace of combustion. If the fuel could be persuaded to ignite just a fraction of a second later, the flame front would have time to grow smoothly, preventing the violent detonation that caused knock. This patient, methodical search would eventually lead him, step by step, experiment by experiment, to consider lead, a heavy element capable of altering the fuel's behavior. That discovery, which would come to life in the form of tetraethyl lead, lies ahead in the story. For now, what matters is the method: an engineer, a camera, and a test engine, and a quiet determination to solve a problem that had defeated so many before him. As you imagine Midgley watching those early films of combustion, note how calm the scene becomes. There is no noise, no harsh metallic ping, just a flame moving across a small chamber, revealing secrets of pressure, chemistry, and time. It was in this quiet clarity, achieved only through patience and observation, that Midgley found the path forward, one that would transform the automotive world, even as it opened the door to immense and unforeseen consequences. For the moment, though, the story rests in the glow of discovery, where a complex mechanical problem begins to yield to understanding, and a young engineer grows ever more confident in his ability to reshape the forces that powered a new century. Chapter 7. A Red-Hued Detour, the Iodine Hypothesis, and the Search for a Gentler Flame. As the search for a solution to engine knock continued, Thomas Midgley Jr. entered a phase of experimentation that felt almost playful on the surface, yet deeply serious beneath. In those early days of his research, he relied less on formal chemistry and more on intuition, on the quiet hunches that often guide inventors before the full science becomes clear. He and Charles Kettering were both men of imagination, and together they began exploring even the unconventional possibilities. One of their early thoughts was surprisingly simple. Perhaps the color of the fuel mattered. Gasoline at the time often carried a faint reddish or amber tint. Midgley wondered whether this color might influence how the fuel absorbed heat inside the engine. If fuel could take in radiant heat more effectively, perhaps it would vaporize more evenly, ignite more smoothly, and avoid the dreaded knock. It was a theory rooted not so much in textbooks as in observation and creative reasoning. After all, darker colors do absorb light and heat more readily. Could the same principle apply inside a combustion chamber? Lacking sophisticated dyes or specialized chemicals, Midgley reached for something available, powerful, and unmistakably colorful: iodine. When dissolved into gasoline, iodine transformed the liquid into a deep, striking red, like a dark ruby held up to the light. And when this vivid mixture was poured into the test engine, something extraordinary happened. The knock, this stubborn problem that had haunted engineers for years, simply vanished. The engine purred through high compression tests with a smoothness they had not seen before. The excitement in the laboratory must have been palpable. It felt for a moment as if they had cracked the code. Their idea about color absorbing heat seemed suddenly, wonderfully true. One simple addition, one shift in hue, and the engine's harsh metallic protest disappeared. But the world of science often gives its answers slowly, and sometimes it reveals its corrections just as quickly as its triumphs. The celebration did not last long. As Midgley and Kettering repeated their tests and examined the results more closely, they began to understand that the victory was not what it seemed. The color itself, the beautiful deep red, had nothing to do with the change. It was not the shade of the gasoline, but the chemistry of iodine that had altered how the fuel burned. And that discovery led them to a sobering realization. Iodine, despite its effectiveness, was completely impractical. It was too corrosive to be used inside engines. It would damage valves, wear away metal, and shorten the very lifespan of the machines it was meant to improve. It was also expensive, so expensive that adding it to gasoline on a national scale would have been unthinkable. A solution that worked only in the laboratory was no solution at all. Still, Midgley did not give up. He was convinced that there was something to learn from this unexpected success. If the color itself was truly responsible, then perhaps another red substance might reproduce the effect. So he turned to an aniline dye, a brilliant synthetic red pigment used in fabrics. He mixed it into gasoline until the fuel glowed with the same richness as the iodine blend. It was a neat, clean test. If color alone mattered, then the knock should disappear again. But when the dyed gasoline met the engine, the old familiar sound returned, sharp, echoing, unchanged. The knock remained as stubborn as ever. The red dye had accomplished nothing. This failure, oddly enough, was just as important as the earlier success. It confirmed that appearance did not matter. What Midgley was dealing with was not a visual or aesthetic property, but a chemical one. The iodine had altered the behavior of combustion because of what it was, not because of how it looked. It was a clue, a direction, pointing him toward the deeper forces inside the fuel itself. As the experiments continued, other candidates were tested: selenium, heavy salts, and various chemicals that shared certain characteristics with iodine were explored, but each brought its own complications. Some were ineffective, others unsafe, and many too costly for real-world use. The team began to see that if a solution existed, it would not come from minor adjustments or simple dyes. It would require a truly transformative substance, one capable of changing the timing of combustion without harming the engine or emptying the pockets of consumers.
So this phase of exploration, short-lived but insightful, ended with a deeper clarity. The answer would not lie in color. It would not lie in surface-level properties. It would lie in the complex dance of molecules inside the cylinder, in the way a chemical could change the speed of ignition and reshape the very nature of flame. These early experiments, with their flashes of hope and moments of disappointment, guided Midgley toward a new path. Having ruled out the easy explanations, he would now turn toward heavier, more potent elements, substances that could truly alter the behavior of fuel. And in doing so, he moved one step closer to the discovery that would change his life, reshape the automotive world, and, in time, leave an imprint on the entire planet. For now, though, the story rests gently on the vivid image of red gasoline swirling in a beaker, an experiment beautiful to watch, illuminating in its failure, and quietly essential in guiding the search that continued to unfold.
Chapter 8. When Color Failed the Test. The Aniline Dye Experiment, and a Lesson in Combustion. As the experiments continued in the quiet laboratories of Dayton, Thomas Midgley, Jr. reached a moment that every researcher eventually encounters, a moment when a hopeful idea must gently give way to what the evidence reveals. The team had been briefly enchanted by the success of iodine, by the way it had seemed to transform gasoline simply by tinting it a deep, velvety red. For a short time, it was tempting to believe that color itself played a meaningful role in preventing knock, that perhaps darker fuel absorbed heat more effectively and delayed ignition just enough to protect the engine. But science, even in its calmest and most intuitive stages, has a way of urging clarity. And that clarity arrived through a carefully designed test. To separate color from chemistry, Midgley obtained a bright red aniline dye, an industrial pigment commonly used to color fabrics. It was a vibrant material, more than capable of giving gasoline the same dramatic hue that iodine had produced. The question was simple. If color truly mattered, then dyeing the gasoline this deep red should eliminate the knock just as effectively as iodine had. He mixed the aniline into the fuel, watched the liquid shift to a rich, almost jewel-like shade, and poured it into the test engine. For a moment, this vivid fuel must have seemed promising, almost elegant in its transformation. But as soon as the engine began to run, the truth reasserted itself. The familiar metallic ping returned at once, loud, sharp, unmistakable. The knock had not softened, not slowed, not changed at all. It was a quiet but profound turning point. The engine, with its relentless honesty, had delivered an answer. The color theory was wrong. The success of iodine had nothing to do with the shade it imparted to the fuel. Instead, the anti-knock effect came from iodine's own chemical behavior, its ability to influence the timing of combustion inside the cylinder. With this realization, Midgley and Kettering began to look back at their earlier experiments through a clearer lens. They saw how iodine's dramatic performance had misled them into thinking color might matter. They remembered the trials with selenium, which had also shown certain effects, but was too toxic and corrosive to be used. They revisited the dyes, which contributed nothing at all except disappointment. One by one, these possibilities fell away. And yet this process of elimination did not discourage them. Instead, It gently guided their attention toward the deeper truth. The solution to knock would be chemical, not aesthetic. It would not come from surface-level changes or simple visual alterations. It would come from the molecular structure of the additive itself. By late 1921, Midgley began stepping back from the narrow idea of color and returning to the broader, more demanding question: which elements could truly alter the pace of combustion? What substances could delay ignition long enough for the flame front to move smoothly, protecting engines from violent shock waves? This shift in thinking required a return to fundamentals. For centuries, chemists had observed that certain heavy metals could influence the behavior of flames. Compounds containing elements like lead, for example, had unusual effects on combustion. Although knowledge existed, dating back to the 19th century, that tetraethyl lead could be synthesized, these compounds were widely regarded as impractical and dangerous. They were difficult to handle, often toxic, and generally unsuited to everyday applications. But Midgley was undeterred. The failure of the color theory had sharpened his focus. He now understood that the answer lay not in the appearance of a substance, but in the power it exerted at the molecular level. This understanding pushed him back toward organic chemistry, toward organometallic compounds, substances that combine metal atoms with carbon-based structures, and often display remarkable properties. By December of 1921, after months of discarding one hypothesis after another, Midgley was preparing to test these heavy, complex chemicals. Organometallic compounds were intriguing, potent, and potentially the key to controlling ignition timing. The team knew that if any group of substances could delay the violent onset of knock without destroying the engine, it might be these. And so, after the vivid reds of iodine and aniline faded from the laboratory, something quieter and more deliberate took their place: a renewed commitment to the chemistry of combustion itself. The path forward was becoming clearer, not through sudden breakthroughs, but through careful refinement, patient testing, and the slow unfolding of understanding. In the soft light of that December, with winter settling over Ohio, Midgley stood on the threshold of a discovery that would reshape the automotive world, one built not on color, but on the hidden interactions of molecules, and on the persistent, searching mind of an engineer who refused to stop until the engine's mysterious knock had finally been silenced.
Chapter 9. Following Clues Through the Periodic Table. The Long Fox Hunt for the Right Element. As the months turned into years inside the research laboratories of Dayton, Thomas Midgley, Jr. and his team entered a period of work that felt almost like wandering through a vast scientific wilderness. Midgley referred to this phase with a hint of humor, calling it a fox hunt, a chase through the hidden corners of the periodic table, searching for an element that could finally silence the persistent metallic knock echoing from early automobile engines. He was never without his guide, a small folded copy of the periodic table tucked into his pocket. To most people, it was simply a chart from a classroom wall. But to Midgley, it was more than that. It was a map, a landscape of possibilities. Each element represented a clue, a direction to explore. Whenever he faced a dead end in the lab, he returned to that chart, tracing his finger along the rows and columns, wondering which atomic structure might offer the next promising lead. His approach was patient and empirical. He would choose a substance, mix it with fuel, and observe how the engine responded. If a compound showed even a hint of improvement, he would turn to neighboring elements, brothers and cousins on the periodic table, to see if one of them held the key. The process unfolded slowly, rhythmically, like following footprints through a dense forest, never quite knowing what lay beyond the next hill. Over several years, Midgley and his colleagues tested hundreds of compounds. Some were familiar, some obscure. They explored nitrogen, phosphorus, arsenic, antimony, selenium, and tellurium. Each one chosen because something in its weight, its reactivity, or its behavior under heat suggested that it might slow the violent ignition inside the cylinder. Many trials were disappointing, others unpleasant, and a few were memorable for reasons no one expected. Bromine compounds, for instance, offered a glimmer of hope. Bromine sits near iodine on the periodic table, slightly heavier, and known for its reactive potential. But while it reduced knock in certain tests, it also produced corrosive byproducts that left metal parts etched and weakened. An unacceptable trade-off for engines that needed durability above all else. Tellurium brought its own complications. For brief moments, it worked beautifully, calming the combustion and raising hopes in the lab. But then came the fumes, deep, sharp, and unmistakably foul, reminiscent of rotten garlic. The smell clung stubbornly to clothing, hair, and even the breath of those who worked near it. Colleagues from other departments reportedly refused to eat lunch in the same building, driven away by the lingering odor. What seemed promising in one moment proved socially and practically impossible in the next. Selenium compounds behaved similarly, carrying a burnt, tire-like scent that filled the lab with a heavy, unpleasant atmosphere. Arsenic and tin added their names to the growing list of failures. Too poisonous, too reactive, too unpredictable. The team often returned to their notes exhausted, each experiment offering data, but no true breakthrough. Yet through all these frustrations, there was something almost meditative in the routine. Day after day, the researchers mixed, tested, observed, and recorded. Each failure narrowed the path a little more, gently guiding them toward what remained. And despite the setbacks, Midgley's determination never wavered. The fox hunt became not only a scientific quest, but a demonstration of endurance and curiosity, of the belief that persistence itself could reveal what intuition and theory could not. Decades later, geochemist Claire Patterson, who would become famous for exposing the global consequences of Midgley's eventual discovery, looked back on this period with a kind of reluctant admiration. He called it a beautiful piece of pure research, a rare example of science conducted without shortcuts, driven not by preconceived answers, but by the patient unfolding of discovery. By late 1921, after eliminating the lighter and more reactive elements, Midgley and his assistant Thomas Boyd began turning toward a new family of substances, heavy metal alkyls. These compounds were unusual, combining organic structures with metals like mercury, phosphorus, and lead. Chemists had long known that such substances could influence the behavior of flames, but they were also aware that many were dangerous, difficult to manufacture, or poorly understood. Still, the options were dwindling. Almost every lighter element,
phosphorus, sulfur, and others, had fallen by the wayside, as Midgley later recalled. What remained were the heaviest elements, the ones with the greatest ability to affect the speed of combustion. And among them, one stood out simply because of its weight, its history in chemistry, and its availability. Lead. It was a substance as old as civilization, used for centuries in pipes, paints, coins, and cookware. Heavy, malleable, and easily combined with organic groups, it offered a chemical potential that lighter elements could not match. It lingered on the periodic table like a final challenge, dangerous, potent, and still untested in the precise way Midgley needed. And so, after years of wandering through the periodic landscape, the fox hunt was narrowing to its last tracks. The team prepared to test organo-lead compounds, hoping that this heavy metal might succeed where iodine, bromine, selenium, and countless others had failed. They could not know in those calm winter months of 1921 that they were standing at the threshold of a discovery that would shape the next century, both its triumphs and its gravest tragedies. For now, all they knew was that the hunt continued, and lead was waiting to be tried. The story rests here for a moment, in the calm before the next breakthrough, with the periodic table still folded in Midgley's pocket, its elements silently guiding him toward a discovery that would echo far beyond the walls of the laboratory.
Chapter 10. A discovery that drove people away. Tellurium's promise and its unforgettable smell. As the search for an anti-knock additive deepened, Thomas Midgley Jr. and his team encountered one of the most memorable and unsettling chapters of their research, an episode that revealed, in a strangely human way, how even a promising scientific discovery can falter when it collides with the realities of everyday life. Among the many elements they tested during their long fox hunt through the periodic table, tellurium stood out early as a strong contender. It was a heavy metalloid, positioned just above iodine on the periodic chart, and its chemical behavior gave Midgley reason to hope. When they tested ethyl telluride, one of its organic compounds, the engine knock vanished immediately. The improvement was not subtle, it was dramatically effective, almost too good to dismiss. For a brief moment, the team felt the familiar thrill of possibility, a sense that perhaps they had finally found the long-awaited answer. But nature often hides its warnings beneath the surface, and with tellurium, the warning came in the form of a smell unlike anything they had encountered before. When tellurium burned or reacted during combustion, it released a powerful odor, sharp, sulfurous, and unmistakably garlicky. It resembled the smell of rotten leeks layered over burnt rubber, an odor so intense that it clung to everything it touched. It sank into clothing, lingered in hair, and stubbornly seeped into the pores of anyone who handled it. Even after washing, the smell returned as soon as a person breathed or perspired, as if the element had woven itself into the body's chemistry. Soon, the researchers discovered that the smell did not drift away with time, it followed them. Midgley and his colleagues became, quite unintentionally, outcasts. Co-workers avoided passing too closely to them in hallways. People in town stepped away or held their breath when the researchers approached. It was said that some of them were quietly asked not to attend local cinemas because their presence filled the enclosed space with a lingering, sour odor. Others were turned away from restaurants or politely encouraged to dine elsewhere. At home, the situation grew even more difficult. Families struggled to tolerate the harsh scent,
that clung fiercely to clothes and skin. A few researchers reportedly slept in barns or sheds until the smell faded enough to rejoin their household. For some, it took days. For others, it took longer. Inside Delco's laboratories, the situation reached an almost surreal intensity. Sections of the building had to be closed off, ventilated, or scrubbed repeatedly. Acid washes were used to clean walls, benches, and tools, though even after repeated efforts, faint traces of the odor remained. Researchers joked darkly among themselves about how no amount of fresh air seemed to help. Yet beneath the humor, there was weariness and a growing understanding that tellurium, despite its effectiveness against knock, could never be released into the real world. Engineers might have accepted inconvenience, but the public would never accept a fuel additive that made drivers smell as though they had spent the day chopping garlic in a windowless cellar. The situation also served as a stark reminder of the limits of scientific problem-solving. A discovery could be brilliant in theory, even successful in controlled tests, yet still fail if it disrupted the rhythms of everyday life. Tellurium had solved the mechanical problem, but it had failed the human one. It had stopped the knock, but at the cost of social isolation, discomfort, and even embarrassment for the researchers who merely handled it. In later years, the Delco building would earn an unsettling nickname, the House of Butterflies, due to hallucinations caused by entirely different, mercury-based experiments. But even that strange chapter would not eclipse the peculiarity of the tellurium ordeal. The smell alone had been enough to bring progress to a halt. This experience left a lasting mark on Midgley. It taught him and his team a lesson that no textbook could offer. Any successful additive had to be more than effective. It had to be practical. It had to be odorless, stable, and benign, not just for machines, but for the people who would live and work around it. And so, after finally purging the laboratory of tellurium's stubborn scent, the team set aside that element forever. Their attention returned to the remaining candidates, particularly the heavy metal organic compounds of lead and mercury. The search was far from over, but tellurium had clarified the path ahead. The next solution would have to meet not only the demands of engineering, but also the quiet human needs of a world that must live with the consequences. For now, though, the story lingers gently on this strange chapter, one filled with sharp smells, closed doors, and unexpected isolation, reminding us that even in the calm pursuit of scientific progress, the senses have a way of guiding us back to what truly matters.
Chapter 11. A Late-Night Realization. The Logic That Led Midgley Toward Lead. 1921. If you imagine Thomas Midgley late at night in his laboratory, you might picture a man sitting quietly under the soft glow of an electric lamp, his eyes moving slowly across the familiar grid of the periodic table. To many people, the periodic table is simply a chart of symbols and numbers. But for Midgley, it was almost like a map of possibilities. Each element, a faint light along a path he hoped would lead to a solution.
He had already tested a surprising variety of substances in his search for an additive that could calm the violent knocking of early automobile engines. The problem was simple but stubborn. Gasoline combusted too quickly, igniting in sharp, uncontrolled bursts. Drivers heard it as a metallic rattle. Engineers felt it as a threat to pistons, valves, and the reliability of the entire engine. And Midgley knew that if he could tame this instability, it would reshape the future of transportation. Tellurium had shown promise, but it came with its own curse, a smell so harsh and penetrating that anyone exposed to it would carry the odor for weeks. Iodine, too, offered hope, but its corrosive nature made it impossible to use inside delicate engine metals. So Midgley returned to the periodic table as if it were a quiet companion, offering hints. He traced his finger slowly down the columns, noticing a pattern. The heavier the elements within certain groups, the better they seemed to suppress knocking. It was a simple observation, but it felt meaningful, almost like the table itself was whispering a direction. He began to consider the heavy metals, the ones that sat deep in the table with high atomic weights and long histories of human use. And among them, one element stood out, not because it was newly discovered or mysterious, but because it was familiar, abundant, and inexpensive. That element was lead. Lead had been used for thousands of years in pipes, paints, and countless household products. It was easy to obtain, and its properties were well known. Midgley was aware of its dangers, but in his mind, the possibility of using only tiny amounts, mere drops per gallon, suggested that it might be manageable. More importantly, his calculations suggested that a heavy metal like lead could delay combustion at just the right moment, smoothing the rough edges of gasoline's explosive nature. By late 1921, Midgley's notebooks showed a steady march of experiments, each one methodical and deliberate. With tellurium and iodine set aside, he narrowed his focus to lead compounds, especially those known as organometallics. One compound in particular, tetraethyl lead, PbC2H54, caught his attention. It had been synthesized as early as 1853 by German chemists who viewed it as a chemical oddity, interesting but without a practical purpose. Some early writings even hinted that it could reduce knocking, but the idea had never been carried forward. Its toxicity, after all, was no secret. Yet to Midgley, tetraethyl lead presented an intriguing balance. It was heavy enough to serve his theoretical purpose. It contained no reactive oxygen or double bonds, meaning it would not disrupt the fuel's chemistry. And it was volatile enough to mix smoothly into gasoline. To him, it felt like a rare alignment, a compound that met the mechanical needs of an engine and the chemical requirements of the reaction. He later described this phase of his work as almost mechanical, simply moving from one element to the next, guided by the logic of the table. He treated it like a puzzle that could be solved if he respected the pattern. Then came the day that changed the trajectory of the entire project. On December 9, 1921, after dozens of discouraging trials, Midgley poured a small, carefully measured amount of tetraethyl lead into a sample of gasoline. He prepared an engine for testing, unsure whether this experiment would fail like so many before it. But when the engine roared to life, something extraordinary happened. The knocking, this persistent metallic pulse that had plagued engines for years, simply vanished. It must have felt like a quiet miracle, the kind that does not shout, but instead settles over a room with a sense of calm and recognition. Midgley and his team had at last found the substance that behaved exactly as they hoped. In that moment, he deduced correctly that lead was the key. And although they could not yet see the shadows this decision would cast far into the future, they understood the scientific breakthrough before them. In the months that followed, General Motors accelerated its research, chasing the promise of smooth-running engines and a revolution in fuel technology. The discovery of tetraethyl lead's effectiveness would become a turning point, one that history would later judge more deeply, And it all began in that quiet laboratory, with a man studying the periodic table and letting its gentle logic guide him toward a solution.
Chapter 12, December 9th, 1921. The calm moment when tetraethyl lead silenced the knock. As the year 1921 edged toward its close, the long search for an anti-knock additive seemed almost endless. Months of experiments had passed in a steady rhythm of hope and disappointment, each trial offering a small glimmer that faded again under the harsh light of laboratory reality. Yet on a cold December morning, something shifted. The air in the General Motors laboratory in Dayton felt different, quieter, more watchful, as if the room itself sensed that years of questions were moving toward an answer. On December 9, 1921, a chemist in Midgley's laboratory produced a small, unassuming batch of a compound known as tetraethyl lead. It was a clear, slightly heavy liquid, one that carried no remarkable scent or color, and for decades it had sat in the background of chemical literature. First synthesized by a German chemist in the mid-1800s, tetraethyl lead had always been treated as a curiosity. Interesting, yes, but without any real place in the world of practical chemistry. No one had imagined that it would one day be asked to solve one of the automotive industry's most persistent problems. Midgley approached the mixture with quiet caution. He had spent years studying how gasoline behaved under compression, listening to engines knock and rattle as if they were calling out their discomfort. He knew their weakness well. So when he drew a tiny amount of the tetraethyl lead into a dropper and blended it into the fuel line of a test engine, he did not expect a miracle. He only hoped, gently, that this new liquid might change the story, even if only a little. Then he started the engine. What happened next seemed almost unreal in its simplicity. The sharp, metallic knocking that had always pierced the engine's rhythm, the very sound that had inspired years of investigation, disappeared. In its place came a smooth, steady hum. The engine no longer fought itself. It no longer sounded anxious or strained. It simply ran, calm and powerful, as if it had been waiting for this moment. For Midgley, it must have felt like awakening from a long, restless night, to find peace waiting quietly at the edge of dawn. The magic bullet he had been searching for had revealed itself at last. On that same day, in reports sent through General Motors' research division, Midgley described the result plainly. The engine ran at high compression without knock. Kettering, his mentor and the head of research, sensed its meaning immediately. He called it a milestone in engine science, something that could alter the future of automobiles. And in the weeks that followed, that intuition grew into a full-scale corporate decision. General Motors joined with Standard Oil of New Jersey to form a new company dedicated to this additive. They called it the Ethyl Gasoline Corporation, choosing the name carefully so as not to draw attention to the word lead, which carried its own heavy associations. Midgley himself was promoted to vice president of the new venture, his discovery celebrated as one of the most important breakthroughs in fuel technology. But behind the excitement, a darker reality was forming. Tetraethyl lead was not just another laboratory chemical. It was oily, it was flammable, and above all, it was profoundly toxic. Even a small amount absorbed through the skin or inhaled as vapor could disturb the nervous system in frightening ways. As early production began at a plant in Deepwater, New Jersey, later known as Bayway, these dangers were no longer theoretical.
workers who handled the compound began to show strange, alarming symptoms: hallucinations, tremors, and sudden confusion. Within months, 5 workers had died, and dozens of others were severely poisoned during the years 1923 and 1924. The newspapers soon called the substance Loony gas, a name that reflected the disturbing neurological effects it left in its wake. And even Midgley was not spared. After repeated exposure during demonstrations and testing, he became temporarily incapacitated and was forced to take a long, quiet retreat to Florida to recover from the poisoning. Publicly, Ethyl and GM tried to offer reassurance. They spoke carefully, choosing words meant to soothe concerns. Privately, though, Midgley and Kettering understood that they stood on the edge of something enormous. A product that promised to transform modern engines and reshape the entire automotive industry. By early 1923, production continued despite the warnings. A sealed tank car filled with ethyl-blended gasoline made its way to Dayton, and on February 1st of that year, customers were offered this new, smoother fuel for the very first time. For the industry, it felt like a triumph, an elegant solution that allowed engines to run with more power and efficiency than ever before. In those early days, few imagined the wider consequences. For now, what they saw was an innovation that transformed engines, promising a future where cars could run quietly, powerfully, and reliably. And all it began with that silent moment in December, when a clear, heavy liquid touched gasoline for the first time, and an engine stopped knocking, as if it had finally learned how to breathe.
Chapter 13. When Industry Embraced the Additive. The Birth of the Ethyl Corporation, 1922 to 1923. There are moments in history when an invention moves quietly from the laboratory table into the vast machinery of industry, and the shift feels almost inevitable. In the early 20th century, as the echo of Midgley's discovery rippled through General Motors and Standard Oil of New Jersey, such a moment was unfolding. Executives who had spent years worrying about engine performance suddenly found themselves holding a key that promised smoother engines, higher compression ratios, and a new era of automotive efficiency. The potential was unmistakable. Within the walls of GM's research division and the offices of Standard Oil, conversations grew more serious. They understood immediately that tetraethyl lead, TEL, was not just a useful chemical, it was a commercial treasure, a substance that could transform the experience of driving and reshape the entire fuel market. And so, with remarkable speed, the companies formed a partnership that blended their strengths, engineering expertise, refinery capacity, and an immense ability to distribute fuel across an expanding nation. This partnership soon took shape as a new entity, the Ethyl Gasoline Corporation, later simply known as the Ethyl Corporation. It was a company born with a clear purpose: to manufacture and distribute the powerful new additive that Midgley had brought to life. The arrangement placed Midgley in a position few laboratory scientists ever reach. He was appointed vice president, stepping into a role where he could guide not only the chemistry, but the entire direction of the product's future. Yet one challenge stood quietly in the background, one that everyone in the boardroom recognized, but rarely addressed directly. The public had long known that lead was poisonous. It was a simple truth, understood even before modern toxicology explained how the metal traveled through the body, disrupting nerves and organs. And the leadership of GM and Standard Oil realized that if consumers heard the word lead associated with gasoline, Fear would spread faster than any reassurance they could offer. So they made a strategic choice, one that would echo through decades of marketing and public perception. They removed the word entirely. Instead of Tetraethyl lead gasoline, the additive was introduced with a gentle, friendly name, Ethyl. It sounded clean, modern, almost elegant, a name that gave no hint of danger. With this subtle rebranding, the companies set the tone for a long campaign to emphasize benefits while hiding the risks that lay beneath. Behind the scenes, the creation of the Ethyl Corporation moved at a swift and purposeful pace. GM brought its research and patents. Standard Oil contributed its vast refinery and distribution network. And DuPont, already a major force in chemicals and owner of Frigidaire, agreed to take on the enormous task of producing TEL at industrial scale. By late 1922, DuPont had already committed to supplying the compound, turning what had once been a niche laboratory chemical into a commercial cornerstone. The company's official launch came in the final months of 1922. Kettering, the renowned inventor guiding GM's research, served as chairman. Midgley became vice president. From that moment, Ethyl Corp was not just a scientific endeavor, it was a coordinated enterprise designed to shape the future of gasoline, keeping production centralized and its messaging carefully controlled. Promotions soon followed. In early 1923, fuel stations in Dayton, Ohio became the first to offer gasoline treated with ethyl. Drivers who pulled up to the pumps likely had no idea they were participating in a technological milestone. They simply noticed that their engines ran smoothly, with less of the knocking that at once rattled their daily drives. Midgley traveled from city to city, speaking gently to mechanics, engineers, and industry groups. He explained how the treated fuel allowed engines to operate with higher compression, providing more power without requiring expensive modifications. His presentations were technical, yet reassuring, delivered in a tone that made the science sound both accessible and hopeful. Even as promotional efforts grew, the company quietly strengthened its safety procedures. The earlier tragedies at production sites had taught painful lessons. Workers began to handle TEL behind glass tubes and insulated systems that Midgley himself designed, devices intended to capture any escaping vapor before it could reach human lungs. These innovations reflected a new awareness, an attempt to prevent further suffering while production scaled rapidly upward. Inside GM's and Ethyl's boardrooms, the mood was almost jubilant. Executives believed they had found something extraordinary, an additive that could make engines more efficient, allow new designs to flourish, and inspire customers to buy more cars. One executive later summarized the moment with a simple phrase, "Ethyl gave people something to buy again." It captured the optimism of the time, the sense that this innovation would keep the industry moving forward. And through it all, Midgley remained at the center of the enterprise. In just a few years, he had journeyed from being a determined laboratory researcher to becoming a vice president overseeing a groundbreaking fuel product. It was a rise that reflected not only his scientific insight, but also the enormous hopes placed on ethyl gasoline. For the moment, those hopes seemed luminous, filled with promise. Few yet sensed the long shadow that would stretch beyond these early triumphs. For now, the story was of innovation, ambition, and a new fuel quietly beginning to shape the world.
Chapter 14. The Deepwater Tragedy, when manufacturing tetraethyl lead turned deadly. 1924. As the promise of ethyl gasoline spread through boardrooms and laboratories, another story, quieter, darker, and far more fragile, was beginning to unfold behind the scenes.
General Motors, Standard Oil, and DuPont were all preparing for the future they believed was within reach. They imagined a country where engines ran gently and efficiently, where knocking would be a relic of the past, and where the new fuel additive would become a routine part of everyday life. To meet this dream, they needed to produce tetraethyl lead on a scale far beyond what any laboratory could manage. And so, with great urgency, they began constructing manufacturing facilities capable of handling large volumes of the compound. One of the most important of these sites was a plant in Deepwater, New Jersey, a place that would soon become known for reasons no one had intended. Tetraethyl lead, often called TEL, was not just another industrial chemical. It was a substance with qualities that made it both powerful and perilous. It dissolved easily into fats and oils, meaning it could pass silently through human skin. It evaporated readily, filling the air with invisible vapors that could slip into the lungs with a single breath. And once inside the body, it targeted the central nervous system, the delicate network of cells responsible for thought, memory, movement, and emotion. Despite its danger, the early safety protocols at the Deepwater plant were painfully insufficient. Workers handled concentrated TEL in environments that were never designed to contain such a potent neurotoxin. The compound was far more hazardous in its raw form than in the small, diluted amounts eventually blended into gasoline. Yet production pressed forward, driven by confidence, ambition, and the belief that caution alone would be enough. Then came the autumn of 1924. In October, Ethyl opened a new production unit at the Standard Oil refinery in Bayway, the larger facility linked to Deepwater. For a brief moment, the company seemed poised to scale up its operations smoothly. But almost immediately, the atmosphere at the plant shifted. Workers began to behave strangely. Some complained of dizziness and fatigue. Others started to tremble, their hands shaking as if touched by an unseen chill. And within days, the tragedy deepened. 5 workers died, their bodies overwhelmed by acute lead poisoning. 44 more were hospitalized, many drifting in and out of delirium. Some could no longer distinguish hallucinations from reality. Others were left with permanent neurological damage, tremors, confusion, and impairments that would never fully heal. The building where they had worked gained a haunting nickname in local newspapers, the Loony Gas House. It was a cruel phrase, yet it reflected the disturbing symptoms witnessed by doctors and co-workers. When investigators opened the doors and examined the evidence, they found TEL lingering in the organs of the dead. The plant, meant to be a symbol of progress, had instead become a site of suffering. The disaster quickly became national news. For a moment, it seemed as though the entire future of leaded gasoline might collapse under the weight of public alarm. Health officials raised urgent questions. Regulators stepped in. Several states issued temporary bans on TEL production or sale. A sense of uncertainty spread across the industry, unsettling executives and workers alike. Inside General Motors and Ethyl, the initial reaction was one of shock, followed by guilt and a deep sense of unease. Production at the new unit stopped immediately. Teams were dispatched to uncover what had gone wrong. Midgley himself visited the plant, and even he felt the sting of exposure. He later explained that the fumes made him ill the moment he walked inside, a private admission that TEL was more dangerous than many had dared to believe. Behind closed doors, he spoke candidly with colleagues about the inherent risks of the compound. Yet in public, the message was different. Ethyl's managers attempted to soothe concerns, offering explanations that minimized the crisis and insisted that TEL could be handled safely with proper procedures. It was a delicate balancing act, the tension between acknowledging danger
and defending a product they believed to be indispensable. Meanwhile, regulators pressed forward. Investigations expanded. Public health experts demanded that the government study the additive before allowing its continued use. For nearly 2 years, the bans remained, casting a long shadow over the ethyl venture. Eventually, the production unit was rebuilt with improved safeguards. New safety protocols were introduced, and slowly, state by state, the temporary restrictions were lifted. By then, Ethyl's operations had adapted, and the company had learned to approach TEL with a seriousness that should have existed from the beginning. But the memory of Deepwater did not fade easily. Workers at other facilities grew anxious. Mechanics who had once welcomed ethyl gasoline now wondered about the additive behind the name. And for those who lost family, or health, or peace of mind, the wounds remained open. In many ways, the Deepwater disaster marked the first great turning point in the story of tetraethyl lead, a reminder that the pursuit of progress, when mixed with haste and ambition, can carry consequences far deeper than anyone expects. And long after the factory reopened and the headlines grew quiet, a lingering sense of unease followed the additive wherever it went, whispering of the danger that had first revealed itself in New Jersey.
Chapter 15. Inside the House of Butterflies, Hallucinations, Fear, and the Toll of TEL. As production of tetraethyl lead continued at Deepwater, an unsettling pattern began to emerge, one that would soon cast a long shadow over the early years of ethyl gasoline. The men who worked closest to the concentrated compound, men who arrived each morning expecting nothing more than a demanding shift, began to change in ways that puzzled and frightened their coworkers. At first, the symptoms were subtle: a moment of confusion, a slip in memory, a strange restlessness, but these signs quickly grew more disturbing. Exposure to raw TEL did not simply strain the body. It reached into the mind, affecting thoughts, emotions, and the delicate balance of the nervous system. Workers became disoriented, their behavior unpredictable. Some grew anxious or suspicious, convinced that unseen forces were closing in on them. Others lashed out in sudden fits of aggression, unable to calm themselves even when reassured by those around them. It was as if something had crept silently into their minds, distorting their perception of the world. And then came the hallucinations. A particular vision appeared again and again, described with the same trembling words by men who had never met each other outside the factory walls. They saw insects, winged, fluttering creatures, swarming around them. Some believed the insects crawled over their skin. Others waved their hands frantically in the air, trying to brush away things that were not really there. These visions were so vivid, so consuming, that the men could no longer distinguish the imagined from the real. The workers gave their workplace a grim nickname: the House of Butterflies. It was a phrase that carried both fear and resignation, a whispered attempt to name the strange and terrifying world they found themselves slipping into. They used it to describe the factory, but soon it also became the name for the hospitals where poisoned workers were taken. In an almost cruel twist of fate, some of those hospital wards had once been decorated with cheerful murals of butterflies, images meant to comfort sick children, but now shaded with terrible irony. Newspapers seized on the phrase as the Deepwater story reached the public. Reporters described men who saw swarms of butterflies crawling across walls or felt imaginary wings fluttering against their faces. The image captured the imagination of the country. It was haunting, unforgettable,
a symbol of how a chemical designed to make engines run smoothly could unravel the human mind so swiftly. Cartoonists in New York cities and other major cities drew scenes of disoriented factory workers stumbling beneath glowing butterflies, their eyes wide with panic. Scientists recognized the hallucinations immediately. Such visions were well-documented symptoms of organic lead poisoning, especially when the exposure was intense. The fluttering insects were not random creations of the mind. They were a sign that the nervous system had been pushed to a breaking point. Ethyl Corporation tried to soften the story. Company representatives insisted that only workers who had been severely overexposed experienced such reactions. But doctors who treated the victims disagreed. They warned that even relatively small doses, absorbed through the skin or inhaled as vapors, could disturb the brain enough to trigger these hallucinations. The House of Butterflies soon transformed from a local nickname to a cultural symbol, repeated in articles, speeches, and environmental writing for decades to come. It served as a quiet metaphor. The inventors who had once dreamed of freedom on the open road, of engines running more powerfully and cleanly, now found themselves facing the unintended consequences of their creation. Men chasing phantom wings in factories meant to shape the future. For Midgley and Kettering, the phrase lingered like a whisper. They continued to defend their work, insisting that proper precautions could manage the danger. But the haunting stories from Deepwater were impossible to ignore. The House of Butterflies became a reminder, one carried silently by everyone involved, that the pursuit of innovation, no matter how noble in intention, can sometimes reveal a darker, more fragile side of human ambition.
Chapter 16. The Human Cost of Loony Gas. Lives Lost in the Early Years of TEL, 1923 to 1925.
As the early 1920s unfolded, the promise of ethyl gasoline continued to rise, yet inside the factories where Tetraethyl lead was produced, another reality was taking shape, quiet at first, then unmistakably tragic. What happened in those years would leave a permanent shadow over the story of TEL, a reminder that innovation, when mixed with a dangerous substance, can reach into the most vulnerable corners of human life. Between 1923 and 1925, reports from the Deepwater plant in New Jersey painted a picture that grew darker with every passing month. At least 8 workers lost their lives there alone. These were not distant or anonymous figures. They were men who had walked through the factory gates every day expecting honest work, men with families waiting for them at home. Across all the production sites, including Dayton, Ohio and Bayway, New Jersey, the death toll continued to rise. Each case carried its own heartbreak, yet they shared a pattern that doctors and investigators could not ignore. The deaths were seldom peaceful. Lead poisoning, especially from concentrated TEL, had a way of unraveling the mind before it claimed the body. Many of the workers slipped into an intense and terrifying psychosis. Some had to be restrained in straitjackets for their own safety, their thoughts speeding beyond their control. Their final days were filled with confusion, fear, and a deep sense of disconnection from the world around them. One man, Ernest Olgert, spent his last moments in a mental hospital, shouting that 3 were coming at me. His terror was so vivid that even those caring for him felt its weight long after he passed. Another, Frank W. Durr, had devoted 25 years of his life to DuPont. His long career ended not in retirement or recognition, but in a straitjacket, lost in the fog of lead-induced delirium. These stories reached the newspapers, and soon the public had a name for the mysterious substance that seemed to drive men into madness: Loony gas. But the suffering was not confined to New Jersey. As production expanded and gasoline treated with TEL began to circulate through the growing world of automobiles, cases emerged far beyond the factory gates. Physicians in towns across the United States and even across the Atlantic started reporting patients with tremors, neurological damage, and strange, vivid hallucinations. Some had worked directly with TEL in factories. Others had been exposed indirectly through exhaust from leaded gasoline, a sign that the additive's impact might reach further than anyone had imagined. In Ohio, Indiana, and California, Ethyl's production plants experienced their own outbreaks of sickness. Workers suddenly found themselves dizzy, confused, or unable to think clearly. Some laughed uncontrollably. Others spoke of insects crawling across their skin. Each episode echoed the same pattern: exposure to tetraethyl lead, followed by a heartbreaking collapse of body and mind. Compiling the true number of deaths from this era is difficult. Medical diagnoses in the 1920s often labeled fatal cases as pneumonia, stroke, or exhaustion. Many doctors saw the symptoms but lacked the tools to trace them back to a chemical they scarcely understood. Even by conservative estimates, dozens of industrial workers died across the United States during the 1920s from causes linked to TEL. And worldwide, a retrospective look suggests that nearly 100 workers may have lost their lives in the first decade of ethyl production, with hundreds more left permanently harmed. Even in Europe, where ethyl-affiliated factories eventually adopted better ventilation and protective masks, problems emerged before the improvements took hold. One survey in London in 1924 noted that lead-poisoned patients frequently arrived by ambulance suffering insect hallucinations, an eerie mirror of the butterfly visions seen in American plants. In the early years, companies tried to portray these incidents as unfortunate accidents, isolated and unpredictable. But the pattern was unmistakable. Chronic exposure to tetraethyl lead could kill, and the signs of poisoning were unmistakably tied to the substance itself. Newspapers wrote cautiously about these strange outbreaks, hinting at a danger that few fully grasped. The full scale of what lead would do to the world would only become clear many decades later, when scientists like Claire Patterson traced the element far beyond factory walls, into the air, the soil, the oceans, and even the bones of children. Yet the seeds of that story were already being sown in the 1920s, in the frightened eyes of sick workers and the quiet grief of the families who lost them. These early casualties shaped the legacy of tetraethyl lead long before society understood its global impact. They were the first warnings whispered through the halls of science and industry, reminders that the cost of progress can sometimes be measured in human lives long before it becomes visible to the world.
Chapter 17. The Week Everything Went Wrong. The 1924 Bayway Incident, and a Nation's Alarm. As the autumn of 1924 settled over the northeastern United States, the world of industry moved forward with a kind of confident urgency. At the sprawling Standard Oil refinery in Bayway, New Jersey, a brand new processing unit had just come online. It was designed to handle tetraethyl lead, TEL, the powerful additive that promised smoother engines, greater efficiency,
and a future in which automobiles could run with unprecedented grace. To the engineers who oversaw its construction, the Bayway unit represented progress. It was a structure of pipes, valves, and carefully measured flows. To them, it symbolized modernity taking shape one metal beam at a time. But over the course of a single week in October, that sense of progress would unravel, replaced instead by an unfolding tragedy that no one could easily explain away. Within days of the new unit's operation, workers began falling ill with alarming speed. 5 men died in that single week. 44 others were rushed to medical care, many suffering from severe lead poisoning. These were men who had started their week assuming they would return home at the end of each shift. Instead, they became the center of a crisis that was about to spread far beyond the refinery dates. The concentration of casualties, 5 deaths within such a brief moment, made it impossible to dismiss the event as a fluke or an isolated accident. Doctors, managers, and local officials quickly realized that something extraordinary and deeply troubling was happening. And soon the story reached the ears of the national press. Newspapers began making inquiries almost immediately. The New York Times sent reporters to Bayway to investigate what they called the Loony gas building, a name that captured the strange and frightening symptoms workers displayed as Tell took hold of their nervous systems. Other papers followed, printing headlines that spoke of a mysterious gasoline additive bringing confusion, hallucinations, and death to those who worked around it. These stories spread across the country like a chill drifting across an open field. Families who read the morning paper over their breakfast tables felt a new unease settle in their minds. The very fuel that promised to power the future seemed in these reports to be harming the people who helped produce it. Industry leaders felt the tremor too. Within boardrooms at General Motors and Standard Oil, concern grew quickly into fear. They understood that if the public demanded an immediate ban, the entire ethyl venture might collapse before it ever truly began. Years of research, investment, and ambition were suddenly at risk. Public health officials, aware of the rising tension, insisted that the situation be examined deeply and honestly before leaded fuel expanded any further. They called for answers, not reassurances, for evidence, not promises. In this atmosphere of scrutiny and uncertainty, the Bayway disaster became more than just another industrial accident. It became a national turning point, a moment when the risks of tetraethyl lead were thrust into the public consciousness with stark clarity. Inside the company, the incident forced a pause. Operations slowed as Ethyl and General Motors began internal investigations. Reports from engineers and medical staff soon highlighted serious gaps in safety practices, poor ventilation in work areas, insufficient protective gear, and a lack of understanding about how quickly Tell could penetrate the body, whether inhaled or absorbed through the skin. These findings were not surprising to the workers who had seen their colleagues collapse, but they were sobering to the executives who had pushed the product forward so quickly. For Midgley, the Bayway crisis struck with particular force. He had devoted years of his life to studying the chemistry of anti-knock additives, believing earnestly that his discovery could elevate the world of engines and transportation. But in the wake of Bayway,
he could no longer ignore the reality he had already glimpsed at the Deepwater plant. Tetraethyl lead was a dangerous poison, capable of turning healthy minds into storms of confusion and despair. He saw, too, that the public was beginning to piece together the truth. The Loony gas building was now a phrase whispered with unease in cities far from New Jersey. The tragedy had become a symbolic moment, a story that illustrated the risks of Tell not through dry scientific warnings, but through the vivid suffering of human beings. And in the years that followed, the Bayway incident would be remembered as the event that forced the country to look directly at the danger hidden within the new gasoline. Yet even then, in the days of confusion and public alarm, the path forward remained unclear. Investigations continued. Factories were redesigned with new safety measures. Some states temporarily banned Tell while demanding more information. But far from ending the Ethyl story, the Bayway crisis became a complicated crossroads, one where warnings were acknowledged, but the momentum of progress continued. For now, the refinery in New Jersey stood silent, its new unit shut down. The air around it carried the memory of a week when too many lives had slipped away, and when a single additive, clear, oily, and deceptively small in quantity, revealed just how deeply it could affect the human body. The Bayway incident did not stop the spread of leaded gasoline, but it reshaped how the world understood it. It slowed the industry long enough for questions to be asked, for fears to be named, and for the human cost of those early days to be remembered long after the headlines faded. And in the quiet hours after the crisis, as decision-makers reflected on what had happened, one truth lingered gently but firmly. Every breakthrough carries a shadow, and progress, no matter how promising, always asks us to consider the price paid along the way.
Chapter 18. When the companies tried to calm the storm.
In the quiet aftermath of the Bayway disaster, as families mourned and doctors tried to make sense of the strange symptoms they had witnessed, the corporations at the center of the crisis faced a moment of truth. They could have acknowledged the danger, taken responsibility, and warned the public about the risks lurking behind this new fuel additive. Instead, they chose a different path, one that wrapped the truth in layers of calm-sounding explanations and strategic misdirection. Outwardly, the leaders of General Motors, Ethyl, and Standard Oil presented themselves as confident and unshaken. When reporters questioned the deaths at Deepwater and Bayway, company spokesmen insisted that the problem lay not with tetraethyl lead itself, but with the workers. They claimed the men had been careless, that they had ignored rules, or even that they had simply worked too hard, as though exhaustion, rather than a potent neurotoxin, had driven them into delirium. This framing served a purpose. By suggesting the workers were at fault, the corporations avoided acknowledging a far more uncomfortable truth. The safety protocols had been inadequate from the beginning. The factories were never designed to handle a compound that evaporated easily, slipped through skin unnoticed, and attacked the brain with such devastating force. Even Midgley, who knew firsthand what exposure felt like, stepped forward to reinforce the corporate message. In interviews, he spoke in calm, measured tones, saying that the essential thing necessary to safely handle tetraethyl lead was careful discipline of our men. The implication was gentle but unmistakable.
If workers had simply behaved better, been more disciplined, or followed instructions more faithfully, the tragedies might not have occurred. It was a painful deflection, especially for the families of the men who had suffered and died. Many of those workers had followed every instruction they had been given. There simply had not been enough protection to begin with. Behind closed doors, however, the tone was very different. Internal discussions reflected panic, worry, and an urgent need to regain control. Ethyl's board met repeatedly, revising their safety protocols and ordering major changes. Factories were redesigned to be more airtight. Respirators, still rare and uncomfortable in the 1920s, were issued to workers handling TEL. New tracking measures were implemented to record exposure levels and production yields. But publicly, the message remained steady and soothing. Ethyl gasoline advertisements showed polished cars gliding peacefully across open roads, free of rattling engines and free, at least on paper, of any danger associated with the additive inside their fuel. The word lead was nowhere to be found. Kettering, the respected inventor guiding GM's research, brushed aside the incidents as isolated and unrepresentative. Beyond marketing, the corporations also turned to science, not to uncover the truth, but to craft a version of it that supported their goals. Ethyl funded research by friendly toxicologists, the most influential being Robert Kehoe from the University of Cincinnati. His studies, financed in part by the industry, claimed that low-level exposure to lead posed no real danger. Humans, he argued, naturally carried small amounts of lead in their bodies, so adding a little more should not matter. We now know this argument was flawed and deeply misleading, but at the time it provided a comforting narrative for policymakers, journalists, and consumers. The additive was safe, the panic unnecessary. The companies quietly influenced media coverage as well. Industry allies were given reassuring talking points. In one particularly striking example, the chief of police in Los Angeles publicly praised leaded gasoline, calling it a lifesaver for engines. Statements like these helped preserve public confidence, even as evidence of harm continued to mount. Through it all, one theme became unmistakably clear. The corporations were determined to protect their invention, their investments, and their markets, even when the cost was measured in human suffering. The denial was steady, strategic, and enduring. For Midgley, this period became a defining chapter in his legacy. To some, he remained the brilliant inventor who had conquered engine knock. But to others, his calm dismissal of the dangers and his role in promoting a hazardous product left a more troubling impression. He appeared to be a man who, confronted with a growing body of evidence, looked away rather than acknowledge what that evidence meant. This era of denial did not erase the truth. It only delayed its acknowledgement. And as the years went by, the consequences of leaded gasoline would continue to expand, drifting quietly into the air, the soil, the oceans, and the lives of millions, long after the factories had been rebuilt and the headlines had faded.
Chapter 19. The quiet illness Midgley carried with him.
In the quiet moments of his life, far from laboratories, boardrooms, and newspaper interviews, Thomas Midgley carried a secret that weighed heavily on his mind and body. Long before the public understood the risks of tetraethyl lead, and even before the tragedies at Bayway of his energy to developing. From the earliest days of his work on TEL, Midgley was deeply hands-on. He was not the kind of scientist who observed from a distance. He mixed, measured, and experimented directly with the compound, often without the protective equipment we would consider essential today. By late 1922, after months of near-daily exposure, small but persistent signs of trouble began to surface. He felt unusually tired, even on days that required little physical effort. His lungs burned, as if the air he breathed carried something heavy inside it. Colleagues quietly remarked on the tremors in his hands, tiny, involuntary movements that hinted at something deeper happening beneath the surface. At first, he tried to dismiss the symptoms. The work was too important, too promising. He pushed himself through fatigue, hoping each new day would feel easier. But the discomfort grew, and eventually it became impossible for him to ignore what his body was trying to tell him. Privately, Midgley confided in friends that his health was failing. In one letter, he admitted with unusual vulnerability, "I find that my lungs have been affected, and that it is necessary to drop all work and get a large supply of fresh air." His words revealed a truth he could not admit publicly. The compound he had championed so fiercely was affecting him in ways he could no longer control. He began canceling speaking engagements, rare for a man who had once embraced the spotlight of scientific achievement. As the pressure surrounding the Bayway disaster mounted, and headlines filled with stories of poisoned workers, Midgley's own condition deteriorated. Finally, he stepped away from his work and retreated to Florida, where he hoped the warm air and slower pace would help his body recover. There, in the quiet sunlight and gentle breezes, his symptoms gradually eased. The tremors softened, his lungs felt clearer. For a moment, he seemed to regain the strength that TEL had taken from him. But even from Florida, he continued speaking to reporters with unwavering confidence. He reassured the public that tetraethyl lead posed no danger when handled properly. He insisted that there was no threat in its everyday use. To the world, he portrayed himself as the living proof of TEL's safety. He even claimed, "I myself inhale this compound every day, and I feel perfectly well." It was a comforting statement, steady, calm, reassuring. But it was also far from the truth. Behind this public calm, Midgley was taking precautions that revealed his private fears. A colleague later recalled seeing Midgley travel with a small oxygen tank tucked discreetly among his belongings, something he used when he worried that fumes might linger nearby. At home, he carried out small experiments with the compound, cautiously warming a tray of TEL on a stove and stepping back if vapors rose too quickly. He joked, in a dark and self-aware way, that the term Loony gas could just as easily apply to him. These moments showed the complexity of Midgley's relationship with his creation. He understood its power better than anyone, and perhaps its danger as well. Yet he felt bound to defend it, to support the corporate narrative that TEL was harmless under proper conditions. Admitting otherwise would have meant unraveling the work he had poured himself into and confronting the growing evidence of harm, evidence that was not only appearing in factories, but in his own body. Midgley's personal poisoning became one of the most tragic and ironic threads in the story of leaded gasoline. The man who had engineered lead into fuel, who had celebrated its ability to quiet engines and usher in a new era of automotive performance, found himself slowly undone by the very substance he had believed in. And still, he kept his warnings quiet, tucked away behind polite interviews and confident statements. In time, his illness would become a symbol, a reminder that scientific success and personal cost can sometimes intertwine in ways that are difficult to untangle. For Midgley, the consequences of his innovation were not abstract or distant. They settled quietly into his lungs, his nerves, and his daily life, marking him as one of the early casualties of a story that had only just begun to unfold.
Chapter 20. The Press Conference Deception. October 1924. As the autumn of 1924 deepened, the air around the story of tetraethyl lead grew tense and uncertain. Newspapers were filled with troubling accounts of factory workers collapsing into delirium, and doctors were raising urgent questions about the strange, mind-warping symptoms they were seeing. Public health officials murmured about bans and emergency investigations. For a moment, it seemed entirely possible that leaded gasoline, Midgley's proud scientific accomplishment, might be halted before it ever gained a foothold in American life. From his convalescence in Florida, Midgley followed these developments closely. His own health was still fragile, his body recovering from weeks of exposure to the very substance now facing national scrutiny. Yet he felt compelled to act. The future of ethyl gasoline and perhaps his own legacy seemed to hang in the balance. And so, despite lingering symptoms, he returned to the public eye with a dramatic plan. On October 30th, 1924, Midgley orchestrated one of the most unforgettable public relations events of the early 20th century. That morning, a group of reporters gathered in Dayton, curious and uneasy. They had read stories of hallucinations, tremors, and deaths. They had seen headlines referring to Loony gas and strange outbreaks. Many arrived expecting to witness a technical explanation, perhaps a display of new safety measures. Instead, they watched as Midgley entered the room, calm and composed, carrying small glass containers filled with a clear, shimmering liquid. What happened next would echo for decades. With deliberate slowness, he uncorked a vial of raw tetraethyl lead, a substance so potent that even brief contact could enter the bloodstream. Before the room had time to process what he was doing, he poured the liquid over his hands, letting it coat his skin. The reporters watched in stunned silence. Then, lifting another bottle, he held it directly under his nose and inhaled deeply, keeping the bottle in place for a full minute. The room remained still, heavy with disbelief. When he finally lowered the vial, he straightened his posture, looked directly at the journalists, and said with confident ease, "I could do this every day without getting any health problems whatsoever." To the reporters, it was a bold display of certainty, almost theatrical in its simplicity. Some scribbled notes quickly, others exchanged quiet glances. A few were impressed, others were unsettled. Many did not realize that the man standing before them, so calm and self-assured, was already suffering from the hidden effects of lead poisoning. Yet the stunt worked. Newspapers across the country ran reassuring stories the next morning. Headlines suggested that ethyl gasoline had been demonstrated safe. Photos showed Midgley, smiling, hands outstretched, as if proving that all the recent worry had been nothing more than unnecessary alarm. To a public uncertain about science and eager for reassurance, the images felt convincing.
but health officials watched the spectacle with quiet outrage. They knew that toxic effects did not appear instantly. They knew that one demonstration, even one as dramatic as this, could not erase the documented suffering of dozens of workers. To them, the performance was dangerously misleading, a show crafted to soothe public anxiety rather than to reveal scientific truth. Inside Ethyl's own ranks, the reaction was mixed. Some executives celebrated the event as a masterstroke of crisis management. Others, particularly those closest to the factory workers, felt uneasy or even angry. They understood what the reporters did not, that Midgley had placed himself at real risk in order to create a comforting illusion. They knew the fine line he was walking between the truth he had experienced in his own body and the story he now projected to the world. In the months and years that followed, the press conference became legendary. It cemented Midgley's public persona as the confident engineer, the man who stood unshaken in the face of controversy. But beneath the polished image lay a more complicated reality, a man determined to defend his invention, even as it quietly harmed him. And in the soft, private spaces of his life, he surely carried the weight of that moment. The decision to assure the world of safety, while knowing the risks intimately, became part of the complex legacy he left behind. It was a scene that glowed brightly in the public memory, even as shadows gathered around the story it tried to silence.
Chapter 21. Inside the 1925 Surgeon General's meeting, where the future was decided.
By the spring of 1925, the debate over tetraethyl lead had grown too large, too heated, and too troubling to ignore. Across the United States, newspaper readers had already absorbed months of stories about strange hallucinations, trembling workers, and unexplained deaths in gasoline additive plants. Health officials were uneasy, scientists were divided. Industrial leaders, meanwhile, feared that their ambitious vision for the future might be slipping out of their grasp. It was in this climate of doubt and urgency that the U.S. Surgeon General called for a formal conference in Washington, D.C. The meeting was scheduled for May 20th, 1925, and it would bring together two very different worlds, the titans of America's industrial age and the leading voices of public health. They arrived carrying conflicting hopes, differing responsibilities, and a shared awareness that whatever happened in that chamber would shape the future of fuel in the United States and perhaps far beyond. To understand the weight of this event, one must imagine the stakes as they appeared in that moment. For General Motors, the Ethyl Corporation, and Standard Oil, the additive represented technological progress. It promised cleaner engine performance, higher compression ratios, and a new era of power and efficiency. A ban on TEL would mean years of investment collapsing overnight. It would stall engine development and halt the dream of a smoother, more powerful automobile. But for public health experts, the stakes were measured differently. They saw the early signs of a larger danger, clues scattered across lab reports, factory incidents, and the uneasy testimonies of doctors who had treated poisoned workers. They feared that if tetraethyl lead entered gasoline on a nationwide scale, its effects would not remain contained inside laboratories or refinery walls. Instead, they imagined the additive dispersing slowly through city air, accumulating silently in the lungs and bodies of millions. That tension set the stage for the conference, forming an atmosphere that was at once polite and deeply fraught. President Calvin Coolidge's administration had been alarmed by the growing controversy surrounding TEL, and the Surgeon General's office took on the responsibility of gathering the nation's best minds to answer a difficult question. Was leaded gasoline safe enough to release into the world? Representatives from GM, Standard Oil, and DuPont took their seats alongside public health researchers, toxicologists, and medical experts from respected institutions like Yale University. Among them was Professor Yandell Henderson, a physiologist with a clear and forceful understanding of lead's dangers. His voice would soon echo through the chamber with warnings that sounded almost like prophecy. Henderson spoke with calm authority, describing not only the known dangers of lead, but the consequences he believed the nation would face if this additive became part of everyday life. He warned that the exhaust from millions of cars would drift invisibly through the streets of American cities. On New York's Fifth Avenue, he said, the air could eventually contain a dusty rain of lead, amounting to hundreds of pounds, settling onto the pavement each day. The image was haunting, lead falling through the air like an unseen snowfall, touching everyone who breathed in the bustling city. He predicted widespread chronic poisoning, slow and silent, creeping into society in ways people would not immediately notice. He urged the government to halt the sale of leaded gasoline until the risks were fully understood. His words were steady, measured, and deeply unsettling. Midgley attended the conference, but he said little. Exhausted from his recent illness and aware of the scrutiny now directed at his invention, he allowed others to speak on behalf of the industry. The task of defending tetraethyl lead largely fell to Robert Kehoe, a company-aligned toxicologist whose views would shape public policy for decades. Kehoe acknowledged that lead was dangerous in concentrated form, but he argued that everyday exposure to small amounts posed no significant threat. He insisted that humans naturally carried a baseline level of lead in their bodies, and that the addition of TEL to gasoline would not meaningfully increase that burden. Thus, the conference evolved into a gripping and uneasy exchange, Henderson's warnings of invisible poisoning on one side and Kehoe's assurances of safe exposure levels on the other. The conversation flowed back and forth, scientific and emotional, grounded in data, yet shadowed by uncertainty. Those present understood that they were not merely discussing a chemical, they were deciding whether something invisible and potentially irreversible would enter the air of every town and city in America. When the long hours of testimony ended, the responsibility shifted to the panel convened by the Surgeon General. They deliberated carefully, weighing the immediate economic impact against the uncertain long-term risk. Their decision, when it finally came, was cautious in tone but sweeping in consequence. They recommended that leaded gasoline be allowed to return to the market, but under stricter oversight. Retail pumps would need to carry a warning label. TEL production facilities would be monitored more closely, and companies were urged to improve safety protocols for workers. But there was no ban, no pause in the nationwide rollout. And so, with those recommendations, the future was set. Leaded gasoline remained legal, and the path ahead widened for ethyl and for the automotive industry. The conference of May 20, 1925, became a quiet turning point, one that shaped the air people breathed, the soil they walked on, and the health of generations to come.
As the meeting concluded, and the participants drifted out into the warm spring air of Washington, most could not know the scale of what had just been decided. In that moment, the room simply fell silent. The debate had ended. The decision had been made, and the world would continue forward, unaware of the long shadow that would slowly begin to settle over it in the decades that followed.
Chapter 22.
the warning Yandell Henderson saw long before anyone else. In the quiet halls of the 1925 Surgeon General's Conference, where the air felt heavy with worry and anticipation, one voice rose with unusual clarity. It belonged to Dr. Yandell Henderson, a physiologist from Yale University. He was not an activist, nor a man prone to dramatic claims. He was a scientist known for careful thinking, someone who had earned deep respect for his work on chlorine and ammonia during the First World War. Yet on this occasion, Henderson allowed himself to speak in stark, unsettling images. He felt the moment demanded it. As he stood before the delegates, he invited them to imagine a future shaped by a decision that was still only beginning to take form: the widespread use of tetraethyl lead, or TEL, in gasoline. He reminded the room that the debate was not simply about factory walls and the workers inside them. The danger, he argued, would extend far beyond the plants where the chemical was mixed. It would drift into the streets, into homes, and into the lungs of ordinary families who had no idea what they were breathing. Henderson had spent months calculating what might happen if TEL became a standard additive in American fuel. His figures, though based on careful reasoning, painted a haunting scenario. Car by car, mile by mile, the exhaust would release countless particles of lead into the air. Over time, he explained, those particles would drift downward and settle into the dust of the city. In New York alone, he estimated that an 8% TEL blend, if used across the city's growing number of automobiles, would deposit tons of lead every single day. He gave the audience an image they could not easily forget. Along Fifth Avenue, one of the world's most iconic boulevards, he imagined what he called a dusty rain of lead. Day after day, he warned as many as 300 pounds of lead particles could settle onto the pavement and swirl around the feet of unsuspecting pedestrians. People would not just walk through the city. They would breathe it, absorb it, and carry it silently within their bodies. To make his point unmistakable, Henderson displayed charts showing the blood lead levels of factory workers already exposed to the chemical. He traced the lines with his finger, comparing them to what medical scientists believed were safe thresholds. He reminded them that lead gathered in the body slowly, often quietly, and that the symptoms of chronic poisoning might take years to appear. In his view, the nation stood on the edge of something far more profound than a manufacturing problem. It was, he said, the greatest single question in the field of public health which has ever faced the American public. His warning did not rest solely on emotion. Henderson had no conclusive epidemiological proof, no long-term studies, no mass surveys, but he insisted that the absence of data did not erase the danger. The future, as he saw it, was already unfolding in the present, hidden in the nature of lead itself. Once scattered into the streets, the particles would not disappear. They would linger in dust, cling to surfaces, and accumulate in the bodies of children more quickly than in adults. Generations to come, he cautioned, might inherit the consequences of decisions made in that room. Newspapers quickly picked up his imagery. Headlines repeated his phrase, "lead rain," capturing the public's imagination and stirring unease in households far from scientific debate. The idea that the air itself could become hazardous was deeply unsettling, and yet Henderson's message was delivered with an unmistakable moral weight.
The collective risks born from a single engineering solution could fall on millions who had no voice in the matter. Modern historians still reflect on Henderson's testimony with a mixture of admiration and sadness. He lacked the data that would later prove just how right he had been, but his moral instinct was uncommonly sharp. His speech has since been cited as one of the earliest attempts to predict global lead pollution, decades before it became widely recognized. And though TEL continued to be used long after his warning, his prophecy lingered like a whisper at the edge of public memory, a reminder that the smallest particles can shape the fate of entire generations. As the conference moved on, the delegates could not fully escape the quiet power of his words. Henderson had asked them to imagine a world where every breath carried a trace of something dangerous yet invisible. And in doing so, he illuminated a truth that would only become clearer with time. Even in the busiest of cities, it is often what we cannot see that leaves the deepest mark.
Chapter 23. How Robert Kehoe's arguments shaped a dangerous assumption. As the quiet tension of the Surgeon General's conference unfolded, another voice rose to counter Yandell Henderson's warnings, a voice calm, confident, and deeply aligned with the industry's hopes for the future. It belonged to Dr. Robert A. Kehoe, the medical director of the Ethyl Corporation. Where Henderson painted vivid images of danger drifting through the air, Kehoe offered a different kind of reassurance, one rooted in the language of certainty and scientific precision. Kehoe had built his reputation on careful laboratory work and steady, deliberate reasoning. To many officials listening in the room, his measured tone seemed to bring order to an otherwise unsettling debate. He began by reminding everyone that lead was not some mysterious invader from the outside world. It was, he said, already present, woven into the natural chemistry of the human body, appearing in small traces in the blood and even in the food people ate. Because of this familiarity, he argued, the lead released from gasoline exhaust would simply blend in to what the body already managed without trouble. It was here that Kehoe introduced an argument that would echo across decades of environmental policy. He insisted that if the public health community wanted to restrict or ban tetraethyl lead, they needed to do more than speculate. They needed to present unmistakable, immediate evidence of harm. Not theoretical calculations, not unsettling possibilities, but something direct, something that could be seen and measured beyond doubt. And so he issued what would become his most famous challenge. He asked critics to show him the bodies of ordinary city dwellers who had been killed by automobile exhaust. The challenge was sharp, almost surgical in its simplicity. Because chronic lead poisoning works slowly, accumulating quietly in tissues over months or years, there were no dramatic, sudden fatalities among the general public. No collapsed pedestrians on sidewalks. No clusters of acute deaths that could be traced back to exhaust fumes. And in that absence, Kehoe found his leverage. He argued that without clear casualties, without a definitive proof of acute harm, it would be unscientific and perhaps unfair to halt the progress of modern engineering. This reasoning, wrapped in the calm authority of medical expertise, appealed strongly to the officials in the room.
Regulators were accustomed to acting only when presented with undeniable evidence, not when facing uncertain predictions. In a world where industry promised innovation and economic growth, Kehoe's stance offered an easy path forward. Chemicals would remain in use unless someone could prove, conclusively, that they were dangerous. In time, this approach would be given a name: the Kehoe paradigm. It rested on a simple inversion of caution, the idea that the absence of evidence was effectively evidence of absence. Instead of acting to prevent harm before it occurred, society would wait for harm to reveal itself unmistakably. Public agencies, influenced by this thinking, adopted a default posture toward countless new substances. They were assumed safe until a specific disease, linked beyond argument, emerged in the population. For a substance like lead, this expectation created a slow trap. Because the damage it caused was subtle and cumulative, the proof Kehoe demanded could only appear long after the harm had spread. Years would pass before scientists fully understood how children absorbed lead more readily than adults, how it settled into bones and brains, and how small exposures could quietly alter health and development. But in 1926, none of this knowledge had yet taken shape. What the conference saw instead was a confident medical director assuring them that TEL's risks were overstated. Henderson's careful calculations and prophetic warnings faded beneath claims of insufficient evidence. And so, with only minor restrictions, tetraethyl lead was returned to the market, allowed to flow back into fuel tanks across the nation. The decision left a long shadow. It signaled that industry voices could shape the boundaries of scientific debate, and that questions of public health could be deferred until the consequences grew too large to ignore. For many environmental historians, the moment stands as a turning point, a quiet but powerful example of how certainty can sometimes overpower caution, and how a single argument can guide policy far into the future. As the conference drew to a close, two visions of the world stood side by side. One warned of dangers forming slowly in the air we breathe. The other insisted that without visible proof, there was nothing to fear. And in the stillness of that room, it was Kehoe's voice, confident and unwavering, that carried the day.
Chapter 24. The Pause, the Review, and the Return of Leaded Gasoline. In the early 1920s, when the strange and unsettling incidents at the Bayway and Dayton plants began to unfold, events the newspapers would later call the Loony gas deaths, tetraethyl lead found itself briefly halted. The companies involved, uneasy with the growing attention, announced a voluntary suspension of sales. For a moment, it seemed as though the rapid march toward a new kind of fuel might pause long enough for deeper reflection. Factories grew quieter. The frantic tempo of innovation softened. And regulators, the public, and even some within the industry wondered what might happen next. But the pause did not last long. After the Surgeon General convened his historic conference, a special committee was appointed to study the issue more closely. On paper, it sounded like the beginning of a cautious, careful approach, an attempt to understand the true risks before gasoline infused with lead spread across the country. Yet the study they undertook was strikingly narrow. Instead of examining the long arc of lead exposure, the way it slips quietly into bones, or lingers in dust, or shapes a child's development over years, they looked only for the most immediate and dramatic signs of harm. Their focus was almost entirely on acute symptoms, sudden illness, sharp neurological distress, unmistakable poisonings that would leave no room for doubt. They watched, they measured,
and they waited. But chronic lead poisoning rarely reveals itself in a matter of days or weeks. It rarely announces its presence with sirens or collapses on sidewalks. And so, unsurprisingly, the committee found no sweeping wave of casualties among the general public. With that limited observation, officials reached a conclusion that would shape the world for decades. In early 1926, the Surgeon General authorized the resumption of TEL sales. The decision came with only the smallest of requirements. Service stations were instructed to place warning labels on their pumps. The labels did not caution families about the air they would breathe, or the dust that would settle on windowsills and playgrounds. Instead, they offered a narrow technical warning meant mostly for mechanics. Caution: this gasoline contains ethyl. Do not use it in brass carburetors or valve seat cylinders. No other protections were mandated. There was no direction to study long-term exposure, no plan to monitor children in growing cities, no call to watch the slow accumulation of lead in soil or sand or lungs. Instead, the brief pause that followed the plant tragedies quietly slipped away, and production resumed with renewed energy. Ethyl Corporation had redesigned some of its equipment and procedures, and with that, its gasoline began flowing again into engines across America. The decision rested on a regulatory philosophy that had fully taken shape by this time, one that Robert Kehoe had helped crystallize during the conference. Unless evidence of broad, acute harm could be pointed to directly, chemicals were to be considered safe. In other words, the burden of proof lay not with the manufacturers introducing new substances into the environment, but with the public health officials responsible for detecting the damage afterward. It was a standard that seemed logical to many in the moment, but it overlooked the quiet, cumulative nature of lead, which rarely made itself known until years had passed. With TEL back on the market, leaded gasoline began expanding rapidly, woven into the everyday life of cities and towns. Each passing day, countless engines released fine particles into the air, particles so small and so silent that few gave them any thought. And yet with every mile driven, the world was layering itself with a metal that would take generations to fully reckon with. In hindsight, the decision feels heavy, almost solemn. A flawed study, limited in scope and narrow in its expectations, had opened the door to decades of airborne lead. The industry had effectively won the argument, not necessarily through deception, but through a regulatory framework that asked the wrong questions and looked in the wrong places. By accepting the absence of immediate disaster as proof of safety, society allowed TEL to slip into the daily breath of millions. And so, with a few quiet signatures and a scattering of warning stickers, a new chapter began. The air of cities would slowly change, though almost no one would notice it at first. Children playing near busy roads, families walking through bustling streets, entire communities living under the slow drift of exhaust, all would become part of a story whose consequences would not be fully understood until long after that fateful year of 1926. In that sense, the resumption of TEL sales was not merely an administrative decision. It was the moment when a brief pause, a chance for reflection, gave way to momentum once more. A moment when the world, without fully realizing it, stepped into a future shaped by a metal that never truly disappears.
Chapter 25. How Leaded Gas Spread Quietly Across the World. Once the final permissions were granted and the hesitation of earlier years faded, tetraethyl lead did not simply return to the marketplace, it spread. What had begun as a specialized additive in American gasoline soon became a global phenomenon. In the late 1920s and early 1930s, as engines grew more powerful and nations embraced new forms of mobility, TEL quietly threaded itself into the fabric of modern life. Refineries across continents began mixing it into their fuels, confident that they were participating in progress, in efficiency, in the promise of a faster world. International expansion followed quickly. Ethyl Corporation established subsidiaries overseas, and Standard Oil built facilities throughout Europe and Latin America. General Motors, eager to support the higher compression engines it proudly sold, promoted leaded gasoline wherever its cars were introduced. Within a single generation, the presence of TEL had become nearly universal. By mid-century, it was difficult to find a gasoline pump in any industrialized nation that did not carry the familiar ethyl branding. The world had chosen its fuel, and the decision flowed through every city street and quiet rural road. For decades afterward, something invisible but profoundly important unfolded. Every automobile, every truck, every bus running on leaded gasoline released fine dust into the air as it burned. Tiny particles drifted from exhaust pipes in shimmering waves, carried by wind and weather into the places where people lived their everyday lives. With time, these particles settled onto soil, coating the ground near busy intersections, quiet residential lanes, and long stretches of open highway. They filtered into the dust of playgrounds, into the wooden floors of homes, and into the delicate networks of city water systems. They gathered where children played, where families planted gardens, and where meals were prepared. The accumulation was enormous. Hundreds of millions of tons of lead dispersed into the atmosphere over half a century. Because lead does not rot or evaporate or vanish, each particle simply joined the layers already present, deepening a global footprint that would remain for generations. Gradually, lead entered the food chain. Vegetables grown near roads absorbed it from the soil. Grains carried faint traces of it, and dust settled on hands, on clothing, on everything touched by daily life. And through all of these pathways, it entered the human bloodstream. Children, with their developing nervous systems and faster absorption rates, were especially vulnerable. Their small bodies took in lead more readily than those of adults, and the metal, once inside, had no easy way out. Quietly, without fanfare, blood lead levels round the world began to rise. Families had no reason to suspect their environment. Lead was invisible, odorless, and silent. But it settled into the bones of a generation. Decades later, historians like Carl Taylor Compton would reflect on this profound shift and calculate that the average American by mid-century was exposed to hundreds of times more lead in everyday life than their ancestors had ever experienced in pre-industrial times. And this was not only an American story. The same pattern unfolded in cities across Europe, Asia, Africa, and Latin America. No continent remained untouched. By the 1960s, aircraft with piston engines contributed their own share of airborne lead, scattering particles along flight paths and near airports. With every passing year, the metal accumulated, building a quiet and pervasive legacy. Only in the 1970s and 1980s, after decades of scientific studies, rising public concern, and relentless evidence of harm, did nations begin to ban leaded gasoline. The shift was gradual, uneven, and often contested, but eventually the world began to step away from the additive that had once seemed indispensable. Yet by the time the phase-outs took hold, The damage had already settled into the soil of every major city on Earth. Lead lingered in the dust of homes, in sediments near roads, in the memories of entire landscapes.
The story of global leaded gasoline is a reminder of how small particles can shape vast narratives, how something unseen can become one of the most widespread environmental exposures in human history. And it is also a quiet lesson in momentum. Once a technology becomes woven into daily life, its effects can spread farther and last longer than anyone first imagined. As the world finally began turning away from TEL, the realization emerged slowly, like dawn light touching the edges of a long, dark horizon. Humanity had been breathing and carrying a metal for half a century, unaware of the silent burden it brought. And in understanding this, the world began the long, careful work of healing, a work that would continue for generations.
Chapter 26. The Problem Waiting Inside Early Refrigerators. As the 1920s drew toward their close, Thomas Midgley, Jr. found himself standing at the edge of a new frontier. The triumph of tetraethyl lead had cemented his reputation within General Motors, and the company now looked to him and Charles Kettering for their next great leap. This time, the challenge had nothing to do with engines or combustion. It had to do with something far closer to home, literally inside the kitchens of millions of families. GM had recently acquired Frigidaire, sensing that the household refrigerator was about to become a defining appliance of modern life. The idea of reliably cold food, fresh produce that lasted for days, and ice available on demand felt almost magical in an era when many families still relied on blocks of ice delivered by wagon. But there was a problem, one so serious that it stood in the way of the entire industry. Early refrigerators were not the serene humming machines we know today. They held within their metal coils gases that were both toxic and flammable: ammonia, methyl chloride, and sulfur dioxide. These chemicals did the essential work of carrying heat away from the food, but they were unpredictable guests. Their leaks were not inconveniences, they were deadly events. Homes sometimes filled with invisible fumes, and families would wake up with burning eyes, choking lungs, or worse. Even small leaks could cause chemical burns or respiratory collapse. The danger was not theoretical. In 1929, a devastating tragedy unfolded in a hospital in Cleveland, where a refrigerant leak proved catastrophic. More than 100 people died when toxic gas seeped through wards and hallways. The incident was so shocking that newspapers described the hospital as a place suddenly turned hostile, filled with air no one could safely breathe. It was a painful reminder of how fragile the early refrigeration systems really were. If the refrigerator was ever to become a safe and dependable presence in ordinary homes, something profoundly different was needed. Something stable, something harmless, something that would let people open their kitchen doors without fear. This became Midgley's next great puzzle. The tools he turned to were the same ones that had guided him throughout his career: the periodic table, the patterns of chemistry, and the belief that nature's building blocks contained answers waiting to be found. Refrigeration required a gas that boiled at temperatures far colder than water's freezing point, somewhere between -40°C and 0°C. It needed to be compatible with compressor oils. It needed to circulate through machinery without damaging metal or dissolving lubricants. Most importantly, it had to be non-toxic and non-flammable, so that even the smallest leak would carry no threat.
Midgley and Kettering explored the world of halogens, elements like chlorine and fluorine, which bonded with carbon in fascinating ways. They already knew from earlier wartime research that chlorinated compounds could sometimes be surprisingly stable. German chemists in World War I had observed this when experimenting with materials for protective gear. But chlorine on its own could also form hazards such as phosgene, a deadly gas used in trench warfare. Fluorine, meanwhile, was infamous as one of the most reactive substances on Earth, capable of burning through materials that were supposed to be fireproof. And yet, within these challenging elements, Midgley sensed a possibility. He reasoned that if fluorine's reactivity could be locked inside a strong enough bond, if carbon and fluorine could come together in a way that sealed off the danger, then the resulting molecule might behave almost like an inert gas, stable, quiet, non-flammable, safe. It was an elegant chemical paradox, using the most reactive element in the periodic table to create something gentle enough for a family kitchen. Midgley believed that molecules resembling carbon tetrachloride or trichlorofluoromethane might hold the key. He imagined molecular cages, structures where fluorine's persistent energy remained trapped, unable to harm the human body, unable to ignite, unable to corrode. If such a gas could be made, it would solve the refrigeration problem not for a single machine, but for the entire emerging industry. And so, in quiet laboratories filled with glassware, compressors, and the soft hiss of experimental gases, Midgley began his search. What he was trying to create did not yet have a name. All he knew was that the world needed something safer than ammonia, gentler than sulfur dioxide, more predictable than methyl chloride, something that would allow the hum of a refrigerator to become a source of comfort, not a silent threat. In this moment, the stage was set for his next invention, one that would reshape kitchens around the world and eventually reshape the atmosphere above them.
Chapter 27. The Search for a Gentle, Inert Refrigerant Gas. As the 1920s slipped quietly toward their end, another chapter in Thomas Midgley Jr.'s inventive life began to take shape. Charles Kettering, who had guided Midgley through so many scientific puzzles, once again brought him a problem that felt both urgent and hopeful. The world was ready for a new kind of refrigerator, one that would not rely on dangerous gases, one that could enter every household without bringing fear with it. For that dream to become real, they needed a new refrigerant, a substance that behaved almost like a perfect ghost, present enough to do its work, yet harmless in every way that mattered.
The requirements were crisp and demanding. The new gas had to be non-toxic, so that a leak in a kitchen or a hospital ward would never again threaten a life. It had to be non-flammable, leaving no risk of sudden fires or explosions. It needed to be stable, refusing to react with oils, metals, or the very machinery that would hold it. And it had to boil between 0 degrees Celsius and minus 40 degrees Celsius, slipping easily between liquid and gas inside the coils of a standard compressor. Every one of these qualities needed to be present at once. Nothing less would do. Midgley returned to a familiar friend, the periodic table, laid out in front of him like a landscape filled with possibilities. He studied the elements the way an artist studies shades of color, looking for the right balance, the perfect combination. He examined boiling points, toxicity data, and atomic behavior. Gradually, his attention drifted toward a small cluster of elements on the right edge of the table, the halogens, particularly chlorine and fluorine. He already knew that carbon-based molecules could be reshaped with these elements. By adding chlorine or fluorine to a carbon chain, the entire character of a molecule could change. Its boiling point could shift, its reactivity could soften or intensify,
its stability could increase in ways that made it resistant to fire or decay. Somewhere in this delicate chemistry lay the possibility of a refrigerant that could be both effective and extraordinarily safe. In 1928, Midgley and his team began their search in earnest at Kinetic Chemical, a joint venture between GM and DuPont created specifically for this purpose. Their laboratory filled with the quiet sounds of compressors, glassware clinking gently, and the soft whisper of gases flowing through tubes. One by one, they synthesized candidate compounds, small molecules where carbon atoms were joined to chlorine, fluorine, or both. Each was tested for boiling point, flammability, and stability. Many were fascinating, but only a few truly seemed promising. But all scientific hope rested on one essential question. Was the gas safe in a real, living environment? To answer this, the researchers performed a test that would later become almost legendary. They placed a small amount of their newest creation into a sealed chamber, along with a guinea pig. If the animal survived without distress, it would suggest that the compound was at least not immediately toxic. The moment came. The guinea pig emerged unharmed. With that quiet reassurance, the scientists felt a wave of relief. They gave the gas a name that would soon echo across the world: Freon. A word drawn from phrases like the Freon gas, meant to convey a sense of cleanliness, coolness, and gentle reliability. The demonstration became iconic. At the 1930 meeting of the American Chemical Society in Atlanta, Midgley himself stepped forward, breathing in a lungful of Freon 12. Then, standing before an audience of chemists, he exhaled over a lit match. The flame extinguished instantly. The crowd watched as this colorless, odorless gas proved itself to be non-flammable and apparently harmless. In that moment, Midgley offered the world a vision of refrigeration free from fear. Freon 12, known technically as dichloro-difluoromethane, soon became the standard. It was everything engineers had hoped for: colorless, odorless, non-flammable, stable, and seemingly benign. GM and DuPont moved quickly to scale up production. By 1930, the Kinetic Chemical Company was operating at industrial levels, ready to supply the refrigerators and air conditioners that would soon enter homes, hospitals, hotels, and workplaces around the globe. The search for the inert gas appeared to be complete. The acute dangers of earlier refrigerants, gas leaks that burned lungs or caused sudden fatalities, seemed destined to fade into memory. Freon replaced them almost overnight. Families brought refrigerators into their homes with new confidence. Hospitals felt safer. The modern flood of air conditioning began. But as is often the case in the long arc of scientific history, solving one problem sometimes reveals another waiting quietly in the future. Freon and its cousins, the chlorofluorocarbons, were stable, remarkably stable. Their molecules endured for decades, rising into the upper atmosphere where they would one day reshake the chemistry of the sky itself. Yet in the 1920s and 1930s, all of that lay far beyond anyone's imagination. What the world saw instead was a moment of elegant problem-solving, a triumph of chemical insight that brought comfort and safety into everyday life. In that gentle glow of progress, the search for the inert gas seemed like a success, perhaps even a perfect one.
Chapter 28. The Strange and Hopeful Paradox of Fluorine. There is a quiet beauty to scientific insight. Those moments when a complex idea suddenly reveals a path forward, as though a small light has been turned on in a dim room. Thomas Midgley Jr. experienced such a moment during his search for a safe refrigerant, and it centered around one of the most dangerous elements in nature, fluorine. Fluorine on its own is a fierce and unruly gas. It is the most electronegative element we know, which means it has an almost desperate desire to react with anything it encounters. In its pure form, it can ignite materials that are supposed to be fire-resistant. It burns, corrodes, and destroys. For most chemists in the early 20th century, fluorine was something to be handled with deep caution, if at all. And yet, Midgley wondered whether its danger could be transformed. He imagined a scenario where fluorine's aggression might be tamed, not by neutralizing it, but by locking it so securely into a molecular structure that it could not lash out at anything around it. This idea, this hypothesis, was a remarkable leap of creative chemistry. Midgley focused on the strength of the carbon-fluorine bond. Among all the bonds in organic chemistry, this one is exceptionally strong, almost like a tiny molecular hand clasping another with unbreakable grip. If fluorine atoms could be attached to a carbon framework securely enough, he reasoned, their volatility would be caged. The molecule would remain intact under normal conditions, unable to break apart in human lungs, unable to ignite when exposed to a spark. It would simply flow through compressors and coils as a calm, predictable gas. This was the essence of the fluorine paradox. Use an element defined by its intensity to create a substance defined by its gentleness. To achieve this balance, Midgley considered combining both fluorine and chlorine with carbon. A molecule such as dichloro-difluoromethane, known today as CCl2F2, seemed to blend these properties perfectly. It was stable, non-flammable, and had a boiling point that fit neatly within the range required for refrigeration systems. In many ways, it felt like a Goldilocks compound. Not too reactive, not too volatile, not too toxic. Just right. And indeed, the theory proved true. These molecules, later named Freon and grouped under the family known as chlorofluorocarbons, did not react in the human body. They did not ignite, corrode, or break apart near the ground. To those who worked with them in the 1930s and 1940s, they seemed almost miraculous, cool to the touch, sweet-smelling, colorless, and harmless. A substance born from volatile elements had somehow become one of the most docile gases ever used in everyday life. For decades, Freon carried this reputation. Families welcomed refrigerators and air conditioners into their homes without fear. Hospitals installed cooling systems. Food preservation improved. The modern idea of domestic comfort took shape around these machines, all humming quietly with the help of Midgley's chemical invention. It seemed like a perfect solution to a once dangerous problem. But chemistry, like history, often unfolds across long stretches of time. What appears to be perfectly safe in one era may reveal consequences in another. The very stability that made these compounds so appealing, the strength of those carbon-fluorine bonds, the resilience that kept them inert inside machines and human lungs, also meant they were extraordinarily persistent in the environment. These gases could drift upward, traveling mile after mile through the atmosphere, rising slowly until they reached the stratosphere. Only there, under the relentless force of ultraviolet light, would their bonds begin to break. In those upper layers of the sky, far beyond the imagination of most scientists in the 1930s, a different story would eventually begin to unfold. But at the time, None of this was known. Midgley's discovery seemed not only clever, but compassionate, an elegant answer to a problem that had caused fear and tragedy. His fluorine paradox was celebrated as a triumph of chemical reasoning, a demonstration of how understanding the natural world deeply could lead to solutions that felt almost magical. It was only much later that the paradox would come to be remembered as something else as well, a gentle warning about the unforeseen paths that innovation can take, and how even the safest-seeming inventions can carry consequences that take years or even generations to reveal themselves.
Chapter 29. The real story behind the 3-day Freon legend.
There is something enchanting about stories of sudden breakthroughs. Those tales where a scientist retreats into a laboratory for a weekend and emerges 3 days later, holding the answer that will transform the world. These stories feel almost like modern legends, comforting in their simplicity and appealing in their sense of genius compressed into a single moment. One such legend grew around Thomas Midgley, Jr. and the invention of Freon.
According to the story, Midgley and his team solved the long-standing refrigeration problem in a single weekend. They walked into the laboratory on a Friday and stepped out on Monday with the perfect refrigerant ready to change the world. It is a story that has been repeated for decades in newspapers, textbooks, and speeches. Simple, dramatic, and unforgettable. But, like many stories that become too perfectly shaped, it is more myth than truth. The reality, when viewed with gentler and more patient eyes, is slower and far more human. Midgley did work quickly, especially compared to the long and winding struggle of developing tetraethyl lead. But the 3-day tale smooths over months of careful labor, quiet thinking, and steady refinement. It softens the small frustrations that scientists know so well, the trials that fail, the compounds that break down, the mixtures that refuse to behave as expected. It skips past the quiet persistence that fills the spaces between discoveries. By the time Midgley's team reached their breakthrough in 1928, the scientific world had already laid down many stepping stones. Chemists in earlier decades had experimented with halogenated carbon compounds. German researchers during World War I had explored chlorinated hydrocarbons, noting their stability and strange resistance to burning. The idea of using such compounds in refrigeration was not entirely new. What Midgley and his colleagues brought was a sense of precision and purpose, and a willingness to follow the chemistry wherever it led. In the laboratories of kinetic chemical, the process unfolded slowly. Midgley and fellow chemist Albert Henn tested one candidate gas after another. They varied the ratios of chlorine and fluorine, adjusted purification techniques, and studied how each molecule behaved under pressure and cold. It was not glamorous work. It required patience, careful observation, and a deep familiarity with the behavior of the elements. Day after day, they refined their approach. And then, eventually, after many weeks of experiments, they arrived at a molecule that felt almost like a perfect fit: dichloro-difluoromethane,
later known as CFC-12 or Freon-12. Its properties fell into place one after another, aligning beautifully with the theoretical requirements. It had the right boiling point. It was stable, odorless, and non-flammable. And chemically, it seemed so safe that even a leak in a home posed no immediate danger. But scientific discovery, especially one involving human health, does not end with a promising result on paper or even in a machine. Before they could celebrate, Midgley's team needed to answer the most important question of all. Was it safe for living beings? Only after passing their tests, after proving that the gas caused no immediate harm, could Freon be considered a true solution to the refrigeration problem. The legend of the 3-day invention was born later, shaped largely by Charles Kettering's remarkable talent for public storytelling. To highlight Midgley's brilliance, he compressed the long months of patient work into a weekend miracle, a tale that sparkled more brightly than the humble truth. It was not meant to deceive. It was more like the polishing of a story for public ears, a tribute to Midgley's mind, rather than a record of laboratory detail. Yet there is something even more beautiful in the quieter truth. The real story shows that even great innovations often grow slowly, like seeds taking root before they finally break through the soil. It reminds us that progress is built from steady hands, persistent curiosity, and the courage to keep going when answers do not come quickly. And so, when we breathe the cool air from a modern refrigerator or feel the comfort of a room softened by air conditioning, we are not feeling the result of a weekend miracle. We are feeling the outcome of long, patient work, hours of thinking, of refining, of taking small steps forward. The invention we now call Freon was not magic. It was persistence shaped over time, a gentle reminder that even the greatest discoveries often grow quietly in the background before they change the world.
Chapter 30. The Guinea Pig Test and the Frightening Near Miss with Phosgene. In the gentle, humming quiet of their laboratory, Thomas Midgley, Jr. and his colleagues prepared for one of the most important moments in their search for a safe refrigerant. After months of theory, synthesis, and cautious optimism, they were finally ready to perform the test that mattered most of all, determining whether their new gas, this promising, oddly elegant molecule, was truly safe for living beings. To answer that question, they turned to a small creature that had accompanied chemists for generations, a guinea pig. The little animal, soft and unassuming, was placed gently inside a glass chamber filled with the freshly prepared gas. In that moment, the entire future of refrigeration sat delicately on its tiny shoulders. If the gas was harmful, if it burned the lungs or suffocated the body, the team would see signs almost immediately. And so they watched. Minutes passed, then longer still. The guinea pig continued to move about calmly, breathing without distress, showing no signs of illness or panic. When the test ended, and the animal was lifted from the chamber unharmed, the researchers felt a wave of relief. The gas that would soon be known as Freon had passed one of its first real trials. It seemed gentle,
stable, and safe. After years of tragic accidents with toxic refrigerants, this felt like the start of something entirely new, something hopeful. But behind that success lay a twist of fate that almost no one knew at the time. Months later, as the chemists reflected on their synthesis process, they realized that their method carried a hidden, quiet danger. Under slightly different conditions, if the starting materials had been even a bit less pure, the reaction could have produced Phosgene as an unwanted byproduct. Phosgene was one of the most feared chemical agents of World War I, a gas with a deceptively mild smell often compared to moldy hay. It was a nerve agent-like poison, capable of killing quickly and silently by destroying lung tissue. Had Phosgene been present in that glass chamber, the guinea pig would have died almost instantly. The team, shaken and horrified, might have abandoned the entire line of research. The idea of chlorinated refrigerants could have been shelved for years, perhaps forever, and the world's journey toward safe widespread refrigeration would have unfolded very differently. The realization of how narrowly disaster had been avoided lingered with them. It revealed how delicate experimental chemistry could be, how a slight impurity, a minor shift in reaction conditions, or even the tiniest oversight could mean the difference between breakthrough and tragedy. In a way, the guinea pig's survival was not only a validation of the new compound's safety, it was also a reminder of how much scientific progress relies on care, awareness, and sometimes a touch of luck. Similar close calls occasionally appeared in their work. In 1928, one chemist accidentally created traces of phosgene while experimenting with another chlorinated compound. The sharp scent alarmed him immediately. He recognized the danger at once, shouted for the laboratory to be evacuated, and later noted in his records what had happened. Another quiet reminder of how precarious their exploration could be. Through all of this, Midgley's team never treated safety casually. They wore gas masks during synthesis. They surrounded their experimental chambers with thick layers of ice to contain leaks. They handled glassware with practiced, deliberate hands, aware that one misstep could put them in danger long before any consumer ever saw a refrigerator in their home. And yet, when the tests were performed correctly, when the gas was pure and the reactions behaved as expected, Freon passed every screen with surprising ease. Compared to the older refrigerants that had caused fires, suffocation, and heartbreaking accidents, this new compound seemed almost gentle. It neither burned, nor choked, nor poisoned. It simply existed, stable and quiet, doing its cooling work without drama. With time, the world would discover that its calmness came with a different kind of cost, one that lived not in homes or hospitals, but high above, in the fragile layers of the sky. But in the laboratories of the late 1920s, none of that was visible yet. All the team could see was a small guinea pig breathing comfortably in a chamber filled with a gas that seemed to offer a safer future. And in that moment, for that brief slice of scientific history, it truly felt like a gift.
Chapter 31. The 1930 ACS moment when Midgley blew out a candle. There is a particular kind of moment in scientific history when a single gesture,
performed in front of a quiet, waiting audience, seems to freeze time. In the spring of 1930, at the annual meeting of the American Chemical Society in Atlanta, Thomas Midgley stepped into such a moment. He arrived with a calm confidence, carrying with him a new chemical that he believed would reshape modern life. The compound already had a name, one chosen to sound clean, gentle, and almost musical: Freon. By this time, Midgley understood something almost theatrical about human nature. He knew numbers and laboratory results were rarely enough to persuade a room filled with chemists, industrial leaders, and curious observers. As he had done years earlier with tetraethyl lead, he prepared a demonstration that would be simple, visual, and unforgettable. He wanted people not just to hear about Freon's safety, but to feel it, to witness it, to leave the hall with the sensation that something miraculous and reassuring had just taken place. When he stepped onto the stage, the hall became unusually still. The lights glowed softly above him, and on the table at the center of the room, a single candle burned with a quiet, steady flame. Many in the audience assumed that what they were about to witness would be some sort of technical display, perhaps a discussion of refrigeration cycles or chemical stability. Few imagined that Midgley himself would become part of the experiment. He began by explaining in gentle tones why the world needed a new refrigerant. Existing gases were flammable, toxic, or dangerously unstable. Homes and factories needed something better, something that would not harm families, workers, or technicians. As he spoke, the candle's flame trembled ever so slightly in the still air, as if anticipating what was to come. Then Midgley lifted a glass container filled with the new substance, dichlorofluoromethane, what the world would soon know as Freon 12. Without hesitation, he inhaled deeply from it. For a moment, the audience watched in stunned silence. To breathe in a chemical gas seemed reckless, even alarming, yet Midgley appeared entirely calm. He held the breath for a second, then exhaled in a soft, directed stream over the candle. The flame fluttered, struggled, and finally went out. A ripple moved through the hall, a collective gasp, followed by a swell of applause. In that quiet moment, Midgley had shown them two things at once. The gas had extinguished the fire, which meant it did not support combustion, and he stood there unharmed, speaking easily, suggesting that the gas was not immediately toxic to humans. It was a single, elegant demonstration meant to reassure both the scientific community and the public that Freon could be trusted. Reports of the event spread quickly. Chemical journals described the scene with admiration. Newspapers portrayed Midgley as a man so confident in his creation that he would place his own body at the center of the test. His peers praised his certainty and his courage. And far away, from factories to kitchens, companies began the rapid adoption of the new refrigerant. Within months, Freon was flowing through refrigerator coils across the United States. Soon it would cool automobiles, office buildings, and supermarkets, becoming an invisible companion to everyday comfort. To the people of that era, the moment felt like a breakthrough, a step toward a safer, more convenient world. Midgley was celebrated as a visionary, someone who had once again solved a problem that others considered difficult or dangerous. In those early days, Freon seemed gentle, reliable, and clean. Only much later would the world awaken to the hidden costs of this triumph. But in 1930, inside that Atlanta auditorium, the mood was one of admiration and possibility.
People left the hall believing they had witnessed the beginning of a new chapter in chemistry, one where safety and progress walked hand in hand. And for Midgley, that evening shone like a moment of pure, uncomplicated victory, illuminated by the brief flicker of a candle's final quiet breath.
Chapter 32. When Freon Felt Like a Miracle. The Golden Age of CFCs.
There are moments in history when a single invention quietly transforms the rhythm of everyday life, so gently, so seamlessly, that most people hardly notice the shift at first. But as the years pass, that change becomes so deeply woven into the fabric of society that it's hard to imagine the world without it. Such was the story of Freon. In the early 20th century, refrigeration was a risky business. The gases used to cool homes and preserve food, such as ammonia, sulfur dioxide, and methyl chloride, were hazardous. They were either toxic, corrosive, or prone to catching fire. Accidents weren't uncommon. A simple leak could be deadly, and maintenance meant navigating a delicate balance between utility and danger. But with the arrival of Freon, a new chapter began, one filled with hope, innovation, and convenience. Freon, a type of chlorofluorocarbon, or CFC, was unlike the others. It didn't burn. It didn't poison. It was odorless, colorless, and remarkably stable. Suddenly, the dream of safe, reliable cooling wasn't just for factories or hospitals. It was for homes, classrooms, grocery stores, and even cars. The age of modern comfort was dawning. By the 1930s, American families began to welcome refrigerators that hummed quietly and safely in their kitchens. Frigidaire, backed by General Motors and DuPont, was at the forefront. Their appliances, powered by Freon 12, flew off the shelves. By the end of the decade, millions had been sold, marking a dramatic shift in how food was stored, meals were prepared, and households were organized. The old icebox, once a staple of domestic life, began to vanish. But refrigeration was only the beginning. Because CFCs were so chemically inert, so unreactive and dependable, industry quickly discovered new and unexpected ways to use them. They became the invisible force behind an astonishing variety of products. They floated from aerosol cans to deliver hairspray and whipped cream. They swirled through cleaning chambers, safely removing dust and oil from the delicate circuits of early computers. And they expanded into foam, giving rise to styrofoam packaging and insulation that was both lightweight and effective. From the 1940s through the 1960s, it felt as though there was no limit to what CFCs could do. This was the golden age of Freon. In warm regions of the United States, entire cities began to swell and grow, particularly across the Sun Belt. Places like Phoenix, Houston, and Miami transformed from sleepy towns into bustling metropolitan centers, largely because air conditioning had made them livable year-round. Schools, offices, movie theaters, and homes could now offer a cool, controlled retreat from the blazing summer sun. Comfort, once a luxury, became a given, and Freon was at the center of it all. Public trust in these gases was enormous. Regulations were rewritten to favor them. Building codes across the country began to specify approved coolants,
and in practice, that almost always meant Freon. From warships to shopping malls, classrooms to skyscrapers, Freon quietly flowed through coils and compressors, keeping everything cool, safe, and dry. As the post-war economy boomed, so did Freon's production. By the late 1950s, the company originally formed to market it, Kinetic Chemical, now part of DuPont, was manufacturing hundreds of millions of pounds of Freon 12 each year. By 1965, over 8 million refrigerators worldwide used the compound, and by the early 1970s, global production surpassed 1 million metric tons annually. For the average person, Freon seemed almost magical. It didn't smell, it didn't burn, it didn't explode. There were no caution labels warning of danger. In fact, many advertisements and instruction manuals from that time emphasized just how safe it was, almost proudly so. The idea that Freon could ever be harmful seemed, to most people, unthinkable. Thomas Midgley and his colleagues were hailed as scientific pioneers, visionaries who had domesticated a once dangerous technology and made it not only practical, but beautifully safe. Their invention was seen as one of the last great gifts of the chemical age, a final polish on the progress of modern life. And yet, as history often teaches us, some of the greatest achievements come with unseen costs. At the time, no one could have known that high above the earth, in the thin and distant layers of the stratosphere, Freon would begin to tell a different story. Its strength, its stubborn chemical stability, meant that it lingered in the atmosphere, rising ever higher until sunlight broke it apart. And when that happened, it released chlorine atoms that quietly began to erode the protective ozone layer surrounding our planet. But that revelation would come later. In these early decades, from the 1930s through the 1960s, the world was still dreaming. Freon had brought cooling to every corner of daily life, made southern cities bloom, revolutionized industry, and helped define an era of modern comfort and ease. It was a time of confidence and pride in human ingenuity, a time when science seemed to have tamed nature itself. It was the golden age of CFCs, and beneath its shining promise, the sky above was beginning, slowly, silently, to change.
Chapter 33. Midgley's Brightest Years, when honors filled his life.
By the late 1930s, Thomas Midgley Jr. stood at the height of his career, wrapped in the warm glow of admiration from both the scientific world and the public. It was a time when people believed deeply in progress, when chemistry seemed capable of solving the great challenges of modern life. And Midgley, with his signature blend of creativity and confidence, had become one of its brightest symbols. He had already introduced 2 transformative inventions to the world: the fuel additive that made engines run smoothly, and the refrigerant that brought safe cooling into homes and cities. To many, these innovations felt almost like gifts, arriving just when society needed them most. Cars no longer sputtered and knocked. Food could be kept fresh for days instead of hours. And buildings across the country began to stay cool even in the heat of summer. It was as if life, piece by piece, had become easier, gentler, more comfortable. Naturally, the accolades followed. In 1937, he received the Perkin Medal,
one of the highest honors in American industrial chemistry. 4 years later, he was awarded the Priestley Medal, the most prestigious recognition offered by the American Chemical Society. In 1942, the Willard Gibbs Award was added to his growing collection, another confirmation of the esteem he held among chemists and engineers. These weren't just plaques or ribbons. They represented the gratitude of an age that believed scientific innovation could brighten the future. But Midgley's recognition didn't begin in the 1930s. Earlier in his career, he had already been celebrated for his talent and ingenuity. He had earned the Nichols Medal in 1922 and the Longstreth Medal in 1925, awards that highlighted his promise long before he became a household name. As the years unfolded, he was inducted into the National Inventors Hall of Fame, and he eventually rose to lead the American Chemical Society as its president during the turbulent years of 1943 and 1944. Industry admired him, academia praised him, and even the popular press embraced him. During the Second World War, Time magazine referred to him as Big Famed Thomas Midgley, Jr. The phrase captured how visible he had become, a scientist whose work touched not only laboratories and boardrooms, but everyday life. Yet, beyond the awards and public acclaim, colleagues remembered him for something more personal. They spoke of a man who carried humor lightly on his shoulders, someone who enjoyed poetry, storytelling, and the easy warmth of shared laughter. At General Motors, he famously organized a light-hearted club called Temperance despite prohibition, gently teasing the strict laws of the era. Friends recalled his charm during meetings. The meticulous slides filled with careful data, followed occasionally by whimsical sketches that broke the tension. He took his work seriously, but he never forgot to enjoy the human moments that surrounded it. Kettering, his mentor and close collaborator, often said that Midgley was among the most inventive minds he had ever known. To those who worked with him, he radiated a sincere belief that chemistry could lift society forward, offering comfort, safety, and better lives for all. In these years of admiration and applause, no one imagined the future that awaited his inventions or his legacy. The horizon still looked bright, illuminated by the promise of creativity and technical brilliance. It would take decades and the slow unraveling of scientific discovery for the world to realize that the same achievements that brought Midgley so much praise would also one day cast a long shadow across the earth. But in that golden moment, before the truth emerged, he was a celebrated figure, a man standing confidently at the summit of his success, unaware of how sharply the world would later view the path he had taken.
Chapter 34. The Quiet Turn in 1940, when polio changed everything. By the year 1940, Thomas Midgley, Jr. had become a figure almost larger than life. His work had reshaped homes, industries, and cities. His name was associated with progress, innovation, and the comfort of modern living. Yet in that same year, when his reputation was at its brightest, something unexpected and devastating occurred. Something that no award, no scientific triumph, and no optimism could shield him from. He contracted poliomyelitis. Polio was one of the great fears of that era, a disease that crept silently through communities, striking without pattern or reason. It affected children and adults alike, often leaving behind lasting paralysis.
When it reached Midgley, it did so with a cruel force. Almost overnight, the energetic engineer who had once leapt onto stages to demonstrate new chemicals, who had lived with an almost restless drive to experiment and solve problems, found himself unable to move from the waist down. His legs were lost to him. His independence, something he had always taken for granted, faded almost instantly. Midgley remained at home in the quiet neighborhoods of suburban Columbus, Ohio. He relied on a wheelchair, and whenever he needed to be lifted or transferred, he depended on others, nurses, relatives, and close friends. For a man who had once seemed powered by endless momentum, this dependence felt deeply humiliating. The world that he had raced through so confidently suddenly became smaller, confined to the limits of a room, a bed, and the reach of his weakened body. Yet his mind, sharp, inquisitive, and determined, remained untouched. Even in his suffering, his instinct as an engineer continued to guide him. Friends remembered how he would lie awake calculating the angle of a wheelchair ramp or estimating the ideal speed of a home elevator. He analyzed his environment the way he had once approached an experimental apparatus, noting constraints, making adjustments, asking himself how things might be redesigned to overcome the problem before him. There was a quiet courage in that. A refusal to surrender fully, a desire, however hopeful or symbolic, to regain even a fragment of the autonomy he had lost. His sense of humor, too, flickered through the darkness. He once remarked, with a dry wit, that the odds of contracting polio were as slim as drawing one specific card out of a deck of 1.2 million. Yet somehow, he mused, he had drawn it. It was a small attempt to frame his misfortune in terms he understood best: probability, chance, and sometimes unfair mathematics of life. But beneath the jokes, there was unmistakable grief. Here was a man who had helped shape the modern world, who had made engines smoother, refrigeration safer, and comfort more accessible. Now those achievements seemed distant compared to the intimate struggle he faced each day. The inventor of powerful machines, the designer of innovative systems, was suddenly imprisoned within his own body. What once moved effortlessly now refused to respond. What once felt strong now felt foreign. Still, he rarely complained. Those close to him recalled a quiet, steady dignity, a man who tried to accept what fate had handed him. In one of his more somber reflections, he wrote that one did a lot of living in a mighty little while, an acknowledgement that his life, though painfully altered, had been full, intense, and rich in experience. It was a poignant irony. A man celebrated for giving mobility to machines and safety to households found himself immobilized by a disease that no amount of ingenuity could undo. And in this moment, between triumph and suffering, between brilliance and fragility, the story of Midgley gained a human depth that science alone could never provide.
Chapter 35. The Home-Built Harness That Gave Him Freedom and Took It Away. As the years passed after his polio diagnosis, Thomas Midgley, Jr. continued to live with a quiet determination. Though his body had betrayed him, his mind remained alert, inventive, and restless. He had spent a lifetime turning ideas into mechanisms, solving problems through gears, valves, and carefully arranged systems of motion. Now, faced with the intimate challenge of moving his own paralyzed body each morning, he turned that same creativity inward. In his home in Worthington, Ohio, he designed a device that was unmistakably his. A network of ropes and pulleys fixed above his bed, connected to a sturdy chair positioned nearby. With a few well-practiced movements, pulling one rope, shifting his weight with another, he could lift himself up, swing gently to the side, and settle into his wheelchair. It was a small return of independence, a way to reclaim a ritual that had been taken from him. And in that quiet bedroom, where the sunlight filtered softly through the curtains, the contraption offered a sense of dignity that many in his condition were unable to regain. For Midgley, it became more than a tool. It was a triumph of ingenuity, a private reminder that he could still shape his world through engineering. He even filmed himself using it, delighted by the simplicity and elegance of the design. In a life filled with inventions that had reached millions, this one, used only by him, may have felt strangely personal, proof that the inventive spirit within him remained unbroken. But fate can be unkind in its ironies. On the morning of November 2nd, 1944, something went terribly wrong. As he began the familiar routine of hoisting himself upright, the ropes slipped or twisted in a way they never had before. Within moments, he became trapped, entangled in the very harness that had given him freedom. Because he could not use his legs and because his mobility was limited, he struggled, but could not free himself. His wife reached him as quickly as she could. She loosened the ropes, guided him to safety, and for a brief moment, it seemed as though he might recover. But the damage had been done. He lost consciousness, and a few hours later, he passed away at the age of 55. The news spread quickly, and the world reacted with shock. Many reporters, unable to ignore the eerie symbolism, pointed out the bitter truth. The man who had spent his life creating machines, some of which the world would later learn carried hidden dangers, was undone by one of his own designs. It was, they wrote, a tragic symmetry, a final chapter marked by the same blend of brilliance and risk that had defined so much of his work. But behind the headlines was something more human. Midgley had not died because of carelessness or recklessness. He had died trying to preserve a sense of independence, trying to maintain control in a life suddenly constrained. He had sought dignity in motion, in the gentle lifting of his own body toward the day ahead. And in that effort, creative, determined, and deeply vulnerable, one can glimpse the whole arc of his life. The centuries-old dream of human ingenuity, the desire to solve every challenge through invention, and the quiet hope that even in hardship, a person can rise, if only by the strength of a rope pulled carefully toward the morning light. Chapter 36. The Official Verdict, the Lingering Questions, and the Tragic Irony. When the news of Thomas Midgley Jr.'s death spread through his community and then across the country, it carried with it a mixture of sadness, confusion, and a strange, almost poetic sense of disbelief. Here was a man known for his brilliance, for his ability to solve mechanical and chemical problems with ease, now gone in a way that seemed to defy ordinary explanation.
The official verdict from the coroner was suicide. It was a conclusion that immediately raised questions. To many who knew Midgley personally, friends, colleagues, and family members, the idea felt deeply unsettling. He had always been resilient, even in the hardest years of his illness. During his paralysis, he had continued to work, to invent, to study, and even to joke about the poor luck that had struck him. Ending his own life seemed out of character. And yet, others wondered whether the long burden of disability, the exhaustion of needing constant assistance, and the quiet grief of losing one's independence might have worn him down more than he ever expressed aloud. There was no definitive answer. The truth lay in a space that only he could have known. But whether the incident was intentional or accidental, the symbolism was undeniable. It was so vivid, so eerie, that people could not help but notice it. The man who had engineered chemicals that would one day be recognized for damaging the planet's ozone layer, the man whose inventions would quietly choke the sky, had died after becoming entangled in a device he had built for himself. It felt, to many, as though fate had drawn a line between his life's work and his final moments, connecting them in a way that appeared almost too pointed to be random. The official documents reflected only the facts: strangulation, harness, loss of oxygen. Insurance companies processed the ruling quietly. His obituary in Chemical and Engineering News mentioned the manner of death with clinical brevity, no more than a few measured words. Yet outside those formal pages, a different kind of story began to grow. One carried in conversations, in essays, and eventually in books. People began to speak of Midgley not only as an inventor, but as a symbol of something larger. The danger that can emerge when human innovation races ahead of its consequences. His story took on a reflective, cautionary tone. Writers pointed out how his life seemed to embody the classic pattern of unintended outcomes, where solutions crafted with confidence and optimism later revealed hidden costs. His inventions had been designed to help humanity, and they did. Refrigeration became safer, engines ran more smoothly, daily life became more comfortable. But decades later, the environmental damage tied to those same chemicals would cast a long, troubling shadow over his legacy. And so, in the years that followed, Midgley's name became shorthand for scientific overreach and industrial hubris. Some critics went so far as to summarize his impact with dark exaggeration, calling him the man who almost single-handedly ended human progress. The phrase was harsh, but it captured the unease that surrounded the understanding of his work in hindsight. His death, tragic and strangely theatrical, deepened this narrative. There was the bitter irony, the celebrated inventor, undone by an invention. The man who had brought new capabilities to machinery had been caught and stilled by a system of ropes and pulleys of his own design. For commentators and historians, that final moment seemed to crystallize his entire story, brilliance mixed with blindness, and progress intertwined with peril. But in the quiet of nighttime reflection, another layer appears. Midgley was not a villain. He was a product of his age, an age that believed wholeheartedly in the power of chemistry and engineering to reshape the world for the better. He lived in a time when the future felt limitless, when scientists were encouraged to pursue innovation first and consider consequences later. He embodied that spirit fully, with both its creativity
and its flaws. His final chapter, wrapped in both tragedy and symbolism, reminds us not only of the risks of invention, but also of the fragile humanity behind every breakthrough. It invites us to slow down, to breathe, and to consider the world not only as it can be improved, but as it can be protected.
Chapter 37. When Claire Patterson quietly entered the story. As Thomas Midgley Jr.'s story came to an end, the world around him continued to move forward, quietly, steadily, and unaware of the invisible legacy he had left behind. The chemicals he had introduced into daily life, especially lead from gasoline additives, were still spreading through the air, settling into soil and oceans, and weaving themselves into the breath and blood of millions. It was a slow accumulation, almost imperceptible in the moment, yet vast in its reach. For years, no one fully understood how far this contamination had already traveled. No one knew the scale of the damage or the depth of its intrusion into the planet's delicate systems. And for a time, it seemed that no one was even asking the right questions. But then, in the late 1940s, a young geochemist stepped into the story, quietly at first, almost by accident. His name was Claire Cameron Patterson. He did not arrive with the intention of investigating pollution or confronting industry. In fact, his work had nothing to do with public health at the beginning. Instead, Patterson was driven by one of the most profound scientific mysteries of the 20th century. How old is the Earth? At the University of Chicago, he joined a research team tasked with answering this enormous question. Their method was elegant in theory. Measure the amount of uranium and lead trapped within ancient zircon crystals and meteorites. Because uranium decays into lead at a predictable rate, the ratio between the two elements could reveal a kind of cosmic clock, one that had been ticking since the dawn of the planet. But while the method was sound, the practice was far more fragile. The measurements required an extraordinary level of precision, so fine and delicate that even the tiniest speck of foreign lead could throw the numbers off entirely. And that was where the mystery began.
As Patterson prepared his samples, he noticed something unsettling. The tools he used, the air around him, even the distilled water meant to be perfectly pure, all of it contained lead. No matter how carefully he cleaned his equipment or how thoroughly he purified his reagents, the contamination persisted. It clung to everything, like an invisible dust that refused to be shaken off. At first, Patterson thought it was simply a problem within the lab. Perhaps the glassware had impurities, or the building itself contained trace metals. But the deeper he looked, the more he realized that the contamination wasn't limited to his workspace. It was everywhere, in the atmosphere, in the water supply, in ordinary dirt, even in the snow that fell far from cities. The world, he discovered, was saturated with lead. This revelation changed everything. His scientific objective remained the same, but now there was a new barrier, one he hadn't anticipated.
If he wanted to measure the true age of the Earth, he needed an environment free from modern contamination. And so, with determination and meticulous care, Patterson built one of the first ultra-clean laboratories in the world when he moved to the California Institute of Technology in 1953. Inside this sanctuary of polished metal and purified air, he finally succeeded. His measurements from meteorite samples revealed a number that stunned the scientific community. The Earth was approximately 4.55 billion years old. It was a milestone achievement, a discovery that reshaped our understanding of our planet's ancient past. But even as he celebrated this triumph, another question lingered in his mind. Where was all the lead in the modern environment coming from? The more he considered it, the clearer it became that the contamination was not natural. It was something new, something recent, something linked to human activity. And his suspicions grew sharper with every sample he tested. The lead was too widespread, too consistent, too deeply woven into every corner of daily life to be a coincidence. It was this trail of evidence, uncovered almost accidentally in the pursuit of a cosmic mystery, that pulled Patterson into a far more urgent and troubling investigation. He had set out to measure the age of the Earth. Instead, he found himself standing at the threshold of another discovery, one that would expose the extent of modern lead pollution, challenge powerful industries, and change public health policy around the world. In the quiet glow of his instruments, surrounded by the hum of meticulously filtered air, Patterson began to see what others had overlooked, that the Earth's ancient story was being clouded by something profoundly modern. And he resolved, calmly and unwaveringly, to follow that story to its end.
Chapter 38. The Lab That Wouldn't Stay Clean, and the Mystery It Revealed. As Claire Patterson continued his search for the Earth's true age, he encountered a problem that felt strangely alive, something that seemed to follow him everywhere he went. Each time he prepared a sample, each time he ran his instruments, each time he checked his calculations, there it was again: too much lead. Far more than nature alone could ever account for. At first, he assumed he had made a mistake. Perhaps there had been a slip in technique, or an error in cleaning. Maybe his tools weren't pure enough, or the reagents not as refined as they should be. But as days turned into weeks, and tests turned into dozens more, the same result kept returning to him like an echo. The lead wasn't coming from the zircon crystals or meteorites he was studying. It was coming from everything else. He began to sense it in the air around him, as if it were drifting invisibly through the room. He found it in the water he used for cleaning, in the beakers and flasks that had been washed and reused countless times, in the dust that settled on shelves and windowsills, even in the faint particles clinging to clothing and skin. The contamination was so pervasive, so all-encompassing, that it felt almost like the laboratory itself was breathing lead. Patterson realized he was trying to measure the ancient history of the planet in a world that had become clouded by the residue of modern industry. It was as if the Earth's quiet geological story had been overwritten by a new layer, thin but stubborn, spread across every corner of the environment.
And until he could strip away that layer, he would never be able to hear the Earth's ancient voice clearly. So he made a choice few scientists had ever considered. He would create a space purer than anything found in nature, a place untouched by the drifting particles of everyday life. He washed every surface of the laboratory with nitric acid, scrubbing away the invisible traces left behind by years of activity. He sealed off windows and replaced ordinary fixtures with materials that would not shed contaminants. He designed special suits for himself and his colleagues, clothing free of powder or fibers that could carry microscopic traces of metal. They wore helmets that supplied filtered air, each breath carefully cleaned before it ever reached their lungs. What he built became known as one of the world's first clean rooms, a quiet sanctuary of stainless steel and controlled air, where even the smallest speck of dust was an intruder. Inside this carefully crafted environment, something extraordinary happened. The lead readings that had once seemed impossible to interpret suddenly grew sharper, clearer, more consistent. For the first time, Patterson could measure the true ratios of lead within his samples without interference from the world outside. And what he found was startling. Even ancient rocks, those that had formed billions of years ago, carried traces of lead that did not belong there. Even deep ocean sediments, which should have reflected the natural composition of the Earth over long stretches of time, showed levels of lead far above the geological baseline. When Patterson examined samples of shallow ocean water, the numbers were unmistakable. Nearly 90% of the lead present was new, added not by volcanic activity or the slow churn of the Earth's crust, but by something far more recent. It was the mark of human hands. In 1965, Patterson published these findings, revealing for the first time that the world was steeped in anthropogenic lead. Lead that had been mined, refined, burned, and scattered across continents through the exhaust pipes of millions of cars. His discovery painted a picture both astonishing and unsettling. Lead was no longer just a natural element quietly embedded in the planet's crust. It had become a pollutant, drifting through oceans, soils, and the atmosphere, entering living bodies without notice or warning. This realization sparked something fierce within Patterson. He had not set out to study pollution or public health, yet his scientific path had guided him to a truth he could not ignore. Millions of people, entire ecosystems, and even the global atmosphere had been quietly contaminated by a substance known for its toxicity, and the world had not noticed. The irony was undeniable. A generation earlier, Thomas Midgley Jr. had celebrated tetraethyl lead as a breakthrough solution, something that improved car engines and brought modern convenience to life. Now Patterson's work revealed a different story, one unfolding on a scale that stretched across oceans and continents. But in those early years, Patterson's conclusions remained an inference, a scientific intuition backed by careful observation. He knew he needed stronger evidence, proof that would stand firm against industry, skepticism, and the weight of public disbelief. So he pressed on, driven by a calm determination, following the trail of lead wherever it led him. In the quiet hum of his clean room, surrounded by instruments that whispered in soft mechanical rhythms, Patterson understood that he was no longer just studying the age of the Earth. He was uncovering a hidden chapter of the modern world, one written not in stone, but in dust, air, and water, in the quiet spaces where civilization had left its mark without ever intending to.
Chapter 39. How Patterson Invented a Room Pure Enough to Hear the Earth.
There are moments in science when progress requires more than a new idea or a clever method. Sometimes it requires an entirely new kind of space, one calm enough, clean enough, and quiet enough to let the truth finally emerge. For Claire Patterson, that moment arrived when he realized that the world around him was simply too contaminated to reveal the secrets he was trying to uncover. Everywhere he turned, lead followed him. It drifted through the air and settled invisibly onto instruments. It clung to the glassware, soaked into the tap water, and gathered in the dust that floated gently through the laboratory. Even the most careful cleaning could not keep it away. And so, Patterson faced a daunting question. How can you measure something ancient and pure when the very air you breathe is filled with noise? To answer it, Patterson did something extraordinary. He reinvented the environment of scientific discovery. At the California Institute of Technology, he set out to build a laboratory unlike any that existed before, an enclosed chamber that would be protected from the modern world, a sanctuary where even the tiniest particle of dust could not intrude. The task was monumental, and yet Patterson undertook it with a steady, deliberate patience. He washed the floors and walls with nitric acid, stripping away years of hidden residue. He redesigned the airflow so that every breath of air entering the room passed through filters, removing impurities smaller than the eye could ever see. He imposed rules that were unusual for the time, but would eventually become the foundation of cutting-edge science. Researchers could not enter wearing their regular clothes. Instead, they slipped into specially cleaned suits that would not shed fibers or powders. Their socks, sandals, and blouses were washed in acid baths, rinsed in distilled water, and dried in spaces as clean as the lab itself. Their instruments were meticulously wrapped in plastic to keep them free from dust until the moment they were needed. This space, the clean room, became a world within a world, a small ore sanctuary set apart from the sprawling energy of human civilization. Inside its clear walls and filtered air, Patterson could finally hear what the rocks, the ocean, and the meteorites had been trying to say. With this extraordinary environment, he returned to his most fundamental question: the age of the Earth. He prepared samples from the Canyon Diablo meteorite, an ancient remnant of cosmic history older than any mountain or ocean. For the first time, the lead within those samples spoke clearly. Without contamination, without interference, the ancient ratios of uranium and lead revealed their story. In 1956, Patterson published his result. The Earth was approximately 4.55 billion years old. It was a moment of breathtaking importance, a number that reshaped our understanding of our planet's place in time, and one that has, astonishingly, remained accurate ever since. But the clean room did more than unlock the age of the Earth. It became a mirror held up to the modern world. With his new techniques, Patterson began sampling ice cores, ocean sediments, and air collected from remote locations. Again and again, he found the same unsettling pattern. Lead was everywhere, saturating the environment far beyond what nature alone could produce. Even in places untouched by industry,
Deep seas, polar snows, ancient ice, there were traces of recent contamination. The clean room had purified not only his measurements, but also his vision. It allowed him to see the world not as it should be, but as it had become. The laboratory he built became a quiet revolution in its own right. Its principles, filtered air, sealed surfaces, acid-clean tools, protective clothing, would later become the backbone of microchip manufacturing, biomedical research, and the pharmaceutical industry. Today's clean rooms, where scientists manipulate atoms and build life-saving medicines, are the descendants of Patterson's creation. But at the time, his efforts were far more personal. He was simply trying to strip away the noise of the modern world, to find a story buried for billions of years. And in doing so, he accidentally uncovered a different story, not about ancient rocks, but about modern humanity. A story written not in geological time, but in the drifting particles of our own making. The clean room, born from the need to understand the Earth's ancient past, became the tool that revealed a quiet truth about the present. That our environment had changed in ways no one had fully recognized, and that even the smallest trace of contamination could echo across generations. It was a space of clarity, a space of discovery, and, without anyone realizing it at first, a space that would reshape the future of environmental science.
Chapter 40. What the Deep Ocean Whispered About Lead in the Modern World.
After Claire Patterson had finally determined the age of the Earth, a number so vast and so elegant that it seemed to stretch into the very quiet of the cosmos, his attention began to drift back toward the question that had haunted him since the beginning. Why had his laboratory, his instruments, and even the very air around him been so contaminated with lead? He had solved one of humanity's oldest scientific mysteries, yet a more immediate, more earthly mystery remained. And in a gentle but persistent way, it pulled at him. It whispered of something out of balance, something new in the world, something that had not been part of the Earth's deep history, but had appeared suddenly and spread quickly. So, he went looking for answers in one of the calmest, most ancient places on the planet, the ocean. The ocean is often imagined as timeless. Its depths hold memories older than any mountain range, older than the forests, older even than the continents as we know them. For a geochemist like Patterson, the sea was a vast archive, a slow-flowing library of the Earth's chemistry. If modern life had altered the planet, he believed the ocean would quietly reveal the truth. In the late 1950s, Patterson, together with his colleague Tatsumoto, began gathering samples from the Pacific Ocean near Southern California. They lowered sampling bottles thousands of meters below the surface into waters untouched by storms, ships, and the daily activities of humanity. These samples, drawn from the calm darkness far beneath the waves, served as a kind of baseline, a glimpse of what the world might look like without the imprint of modern pollution. Then they collected water from much closer to the surface, where sunlight shimmered, where winds stirred the waves, where the ocean breathed constantly with the atmosphere above it. What they discovered was astonishing. In a natural, undisturbed world, lead levels should be roughly consistent throughout the ocean, perhaps even slightly higher in the deep waters where ancient minerals slowly dissolve. But Patterson found the exact opposite. The deep ocean, silent, dark, and ancient, contained almost no lead at all. It was remarkably clean, but the surface waters,
the bright upper layers that interact with the air, contained hundreds of times more lead. There was only one explanation. The lead was falling from the sky. It had not come from underwater volcanoes, or from the slow erosion of rocks, or from any natural geological process. It was new, recent. It had washed in from the atmosphere, settling gently onto the ocean's surface like invisible ash. And it had not yet had enough time to mix downward into the deep, slow-moving currents. In the quiet of his clean room, Patterson examined not only how much lead was there, but also what kind of lead it was. Lead is not just a single element. It has different isotopes, different flavors that can act like fingerprints, revealing their origins. And when Patterson compared the isotopic signature of the lead in the ocean to the lead used in modern gasoline, he found a perfect match. The lead in the ocean came from automobiles, from the exhaust of millions of cars burning Midgley's Tetraethyl lead, from the rise and fall of pistons, the roar of engines, and the invisible plume of exhaust drifting up into the air. From human movement itself, carried by wind, washed down by rain, and delivered quietly into the sea. It was one of the first clear, quantitative demonstrations of how far-reaching the pollution truly was. The ocean, vast and powerful, covering most of the planet, was receiving a steady rain of toxic metal from the sky above. This was not a local issue, not a problem confined to cities or highways. It was global. It was everywhere, and it was growing. In a way, Patterson's ocean discovery was the mirror image of his work on Earth's age. One project had taken him deep into the past, to the birth of the planet itself. The other brought him sharply into the present, revealing how dramatically human beings had altered the chemistry of the world in just a few decades. His clean room had allowed him to peer backward through billions of years. Now it let him see forward to the consequences unfolding in real time. And in that stillness, in that careful comparison between ancient waters and modern seas, Patterson realized something that would shape the next decades of his life. The Earth was no longer a passive backdrop to human activity. It was responding, quietly, chemically, and unmistakably, to the things we put into our air. This discovery was more than a data point. It was a warning carried by the ocean itself, whispered in the slow drift of currents and the subtle settling from the sky. And Patterson was determined to follow that whisper wherever it led. Chapter 41. The Ice Cores That Became a Time Machine for the Atmosphere. After tracing lead through laboratories and oceans, Claire Patterson felt that he needed to go one step further. To truly understand the rise of global contamination, to know not just where the lead was, but when it had entered the world, he needed a place where the atmosphere had quietly preserved its own memory. So he set his sights on the coldest, cleanest places on Earth, the vast ice sheets of Greenland and Antarctica, and the high glacial fields of the Alps. These were landscapes carved by wind and silence, where snow fell gently year after year, compressing into ice that stored the chemistry of the sky in delicate, frozen layers. Each layer was like a page in a book, a thin slice of time waiting to be read. To reach these natural archives, Patterson joined expeditions to remote ice caps, traveling far from the noise of civilization. The air was sharp, the horizon endless, and the world felt ancient in a way that few places ever do. The snow beneath his boots had fallen centuries earlier, and below that, buried deep in the ice, were secrets stretching thousands of years into the past. With careful drilling, he and his team extracted long cylinders of ice cores, each one a frozen timeline. As they rose from the snow, the sunlight glinted off the layers, and Patterson knew he was holding something extraordinary, a direct, untouched record of the Earth's atmosphere, preserved with perfect stillness. When he brought these ice cores back to his clean room and began to analyze them, the story they told was breathtaking in its simplicity and its clarity. The layers corresponding to the centuries before the Industrial Revolution were almost completely free of lead. There were faint traces, natural dust carried by windstorms, volcanic ash drifting across continents, but nothing more. Human beings, Patterson realized, had once lived in a world with virtually no lead in the air. Then, with the rise of industry in the 1800s, a small change appeared. Lead levels began to rise, slowly at first, as factories spread across Europe and America. Coal, smelting, and manufacturing all left their quiet marks in the ice. But compared to what came next, these early increases appeared gentle, barely noticeable ripples on an otherwise calm line. And then, everything changed. In the layer corresponding to the year 1923, the year Midgley's Tetraethyl lead gasoline was introduced, the lead levels didn't simply rise, they spiked. Like a heartbeat suddenly racing, the graph shot upward. Each layer above it, each year that followed, showed progressively higher lead concentrations, 10, 20, even 100 times higher than anything seen in the ancient past. The frozen record reflected a world transformed almost overnight. As automobiles spread across cities and highways, as gasoline engines roared to life across continents, the atmosphere filled with lead dust, and snowflakes quietly carried it down onto the ice. Even more striking were the isotope signatures, the unique chemical fingerprints within the lead. When Patterson examined them, he saw a perfect match to the isotopes used in tetraethyl lead additives. It was undeniable. The contamination had a name, a source, and a beginning that aligned precisely with the rise of leaded gasoline. Patterson once described the ice core data with a simple image: a flat line to a spiking curve, with the spike beginning at the dawn of the gasoline age.
The elegance of that curve carried a weight far beyond science. It told a truth that could not be explained away or softened. It showed, with quiet certainty, that humanity had wrapped the entire atmosphere in a blanket of lead, an element that had no place in our bodies, our breath, or our world. And the ice cores did more than reveal a timeline. They dismantled a myth. For years, defenders of leaded gasoline, chief among them Dr. Robert Kehoe, the industry's most vocal consultant, claimed that everyone naturally carried lead in their bodies, and that the presence of the metal was harmless and inevitable. The ice, however, proved otherwise. For thousands of years of human history, the world's atmosphere had been nearly lead-free.
It was only with industrialization, and most dramatically with the introduction of tetraethyl lead, that the burden began. By the 1960s, after decades of careful sampling and analysis, Patterson and his colleagues could state something monumental with complete confidence. Every city on Earth had accumulated lead from automotive emissions, and children everywhere carried that contamination in their blood. The ice had become a time machine, whispering across centuries, revealing the changes we had made to the air above us, and showing that the story of modern life was written not only in progress and invention, but also in unintended consequences carried by the wind. And in those quiet frozen layers, Patterson found the evidence he needed to continue his fight. A fight not only for truth, but for the health of the world that breathed beneath the sky.
Chapter 42. The API, the white shirts, and the pressure to look away.
As Claire Patterson's discoveries grew sharper and more unsettling, his life entered a new chapter, one not defined by ancient rocks or silent ice, but by human resistance, corporate anxiety, and the quiet tension that arises when truth begins to challenge power. In the early days of Patterson's research, everything had seemed straightforward. The American Petroleum Institute, or API, had even provided some of his initial funding. Their interest was simple and practical. They hoped that Patterson's expertise with lead isotopes might someday help locate new oil deposits hidden deep within the earth. To them, he was a brilliant geochemist whose work had useful commercial potential. At first, there was harmony, but science has a way of showing what it finds, not what others wish to see. And as Patterson's cleanroom methods revealed more and more about the world's growing lead burden, his research took a direction the oil industry had never expected and certainly never welcomed. The shift happened quietly, almost organically. While trying to measure the age of the Earth, Patterson had stumbled upon something alarming. The entire planet, air, water, soil, and even the bodies of ordinary people, was being contaminated by lead from gasoline exhaust. And as he traced the isotopic fingerprints of this pollution, the match to tetraethyl lead became unmistakable. His findings were no longer about geology or meteorites. They were about public health, industrial responsibility, and the invisible dangers woven into everyday life. It was at that moment, when his scientific path crossed into corporate territory, that the atmosphere around him changed. Executives from the API began to appear at Caltech. Patterson later described them memorably as white shirts, a phrase that captured the formal, polished, almost sterile look of the representatives who arrived to speak with him. They were polite, calm, and immaculately dressed, but their purpose was firm and unmistakable. They wanted him to stop. They urged him to turn away from environmental research, to focus instead on topics less troubling, less politically charged, and less dangerous to industrial interests. They insisted that the link between gasoline exhaust and global contamination was far from proven, and that his attention would be better spent elsewhere. Their message was not shouted, but delivered softly, firmly, and repeatedly, with the quiet authority of an organization used to being obeyed. Patterson, however, refused. He had already seen too much. He could not unsee the lead drifting down into the ocean.
He could not unsee the rising concentrations locked inside the ancient ice. He could not unsee the fingerprints of modern pollution written across the entire planet. And so, when he declined to alter his course, the API made their position clear. They withdrew his funding, abruptly, completely, and without room for negotiation. For most researchers, this would have been the end of the investigation. Funding is the bloodline of scientific inquiry, and losing it can silence even the brightest ideas. But Patterson chose a different path. If one door closed, he would find another. Government agencies such as the U.S. Public Health Service and the Atomic Energy Commission began to support his work. They recognized the seriousness of what he had uncovered, and they believed the question deserved to be explored, not buried. Meanwhile, the oil industry did not remain idle. Though they did not attack him publicly, they worked quietly behind the scenes. They assembled their own teams of scientists, the so-called white shirts, whose task was not just research, but reassurance. These industry-backed experts published articles designed to cast doubt, to soften concerns, and to argue that the evidence was still incomplete. They met with government officials, urging caution, delaying action. Their strategy was subtle. If they could slow the momentum long enough, perhaps the public would lose interest, or the danger would remain hidden a little longer. But Patterson did not slow. He expanded his sampling across continents, taking ice cores from polar stations, gathering sediments from remote oceans, and connecting with scientists around the world who were beginning to see the same patterns he saw. Researchers like Erich Zeringer in Germany confirmed his measurements independently, reinforcing the truth that industrial lead was permeating the planet. No matter how many white shirts appeared, no matter how many industry-sponsored studies were published, the evidence only grew stronger. Patterson's voice, calm, persistent, and rooted in the clarity of his data, continued to rise. He faced Kehoe, the long-standing defender of leaded gasoline, in scientific meetings and refused to back down. He did not shout or accuse. He simply presented the numbers, the curves, the ice layers, and the ocean gradients. And the world began to listen. This chapter of Patterson's life was not marked by the dramatic beauty of glacial landscapes or the quiet hum of a clean room. Instead, it unfolded in offices, laboratories, and committee hearings, rooms filled with tension rather than ice, and conversations charged with the weight of responsibility. It was a reminder that science is not always a journey into the past. Sometimes it becomes a journey into the present, a confrontation with the ways we shape the world and the ways we must change to protect it. And in the midst of this struggle, Patterson remained steady, guided by the simple, unwavering belief that the truth, once uncovered, deserved to be heard. Chapter 43. The Smear Campaign That Tried to Silence a Truth Seeker.
By the time Claire Patterson began to reveal the true scale of global lead contamination, he had already journeyed through some of the most remote and pristine places on Earth. He had read the chemistry of the deep ocean, listened to the whispered history preserved in ancient ice, and uncovered patterns that stretched across continents and centuries. His discoveries were quiet, careful, and deeply unsettling, and they were beginning to reshape how the world understood its own atmosphere. But powerful forces were watching him closely, forces with much to lose if his findings were accepted. The Ethyl Corporation, along with the broader oil and automobile industries, had built an empire around tetraethyl lead. It was a chemical woven into engines, production lines, and profits. For decades, its defenders had insisted that it was safe, necessary, and indispensable for modern transportation. And now, one geochemist, working softly, persistently, and far outside their control, was challenging that narrative with data that was becoming impossible to ignore. What followed was not a scientific debate, but a campaign. It began subtly. Industry groups started questioning Patterson's qualifications, suggesting that because he was a geochemist rather than a medical doctor, he had no standing to speak about public health. They pointed to their own expert, Dr. Robert Kehoe, who for years had been the most prominent voice defending the safety of leaded gasoline. Kehoe had long argued that the human body possessed a natural tolerance to lead and that any concerns about contamination were unfounded or exaggerated. Now he was deployed to confront Patterson directly. In journals and public statements, Kehoe criticized Patterson's methods. He suggested that the geochemist was overestimating pollution, misunderstanding natural cycles, or misinterpreting data. The message was clear. Patterson was to be dismissed not because his evidence was wrong, but because he had strayed into territory the industry considered theirs. But the efforts did not remain confined to academic critique. Internal memorandums, later uncovered, showed that Ethyl Corporation executives discussed strategies to neutralize Patterson's impact. They described his findings as emotional appeals, even though Patterson rarely raised his voice, let alone invoked emotion. They wrote letters to newspapers calling him an alarmist, hoping the public would see him as a fringe figure rather than a meticulous scientist. Behind the scenes, other researchers felt the pressure too. At universities, scientists who studied lead were sometimes offered funding only if they avoided conclusions that pointed toward gasoline. At Johns Hopkins, Dr. Philip Levin, who worked on lead poisoning in children, faced direct industry pressure to limit his work after his findings began to support Patterson's warnings. It was a pattern that felt eerily familiar. Silence the voices that discovered harm, reward those who found none. These tactics created a climate of fear within the scientific community. Some researchers avoided collaborating with Patterson not because they doubted his data, but because they feared losing grants from industry sponsors. Funding, after all, is the bloodline of research, and Patterson was pushing against companies with vast resources and deep influence. The loneliness of his path deepened. And yet he continued. When private support vanished, he sought funding from government agencies less tied to corporate interests. The National Science Foundation and the Atomic Energy Commission recognized the rigor of his work and offered support, allowing him to press on with ice cores, sediments, and atmospheric measurements. His data grew stronger, his methods grew cleaner, and the picture he painted became impossible to erase. By the late 1960s, something began to shift. The public, long unaware of the hidden dangers in their environment, started to hear troubling reports. Teachers noticed children struggling in classrooms. Doctors saw developmental delays they could not explain. Journalists began asking questions. Early studies suggested that lead exposure, even at low levels, could diminish intelligence in children, subtly but profoundly. It did not produce dramatic symptoms. There were no visible scars, no obvious injuries. Instead, it left millions of quiet, unseen victims, children whose futures were being narrowed before they had a chance to open. Patterson understood this long before the world did. He had seen the flat line to spiking curve in the ice. He had seen the lead raining into the oceans. He had seen the isotopic fingerprints pointing unmistakably to tetraethyl lead. Meanwhile, Kehoe continued to repeat a refrain that had echoed for decades. Where are the bodies? The industry insisted that unless there were corpses, unless the harm was immediate and dramatic, then there was nothing to fear. But Patterson knew the truth was gentler and more tragic.
Lead did not always kill. It quietly took something else: clarity, learning, potential. It dimmed the brightness of childhood from within, one molecule at a time. And in his calm, persistent way, Patterson refused to be intimidated. He did not shout back at his critics. He did not strike at their character. Instead, he returned again and again to the data, to the ice, the oceans, the soil, the atmosphere, and the unfolding lives of children. His message was simple. The Earth had been clean once, and it could be clean again. This quiet certainty, reflected not in rhetoric, but in the steady accumulation of evidence, would eventually shift the tide. Patterson stood in the storm, unshaken, holding the truth gently but firmly in his hands.
Chapter 44. The 1966 Senate hearings, where a calm voice shifted the nation. By the mid-1960s, the world was beginning to stir with a new awareness. People were starting to look up at the sky and wonder what was drifting through it. They were beginning to question the air their children breathed, the water that flowed through their taps, and the invisible substances that moved quietly through their daily lives. Environmental consciousness was still young, like a seed just starting to push through the soil, but something was changing. Into this moment stepped a man who had spent years listening to what the Earth was trying to say. Claire Patterson had followed lead across oceans, into ancient ice, and through the atmosphere itself. His findings were no longer scattered pieces of a puzzle. They formed a clear, alarming picture of how dramatically human beings had altered the planet. But for years, his warnings had been isolated. Industry voices were louder, more confident, and more deeply rooted in the halls of government. Then, in 1966, something shifted. The United States Senate, moved in part by growing public concern about air and water quality, opened a new series of hearings. At their helm was Senator Edmund Muskie, a calm and thoughtful figure who had begun to sense that the country was facing a quiet crisis, one unfolding not with explosions or disasters, but with the slow accumulation of toxins in the lungs and blood of its people. When Patterson was invited to testify, it felt like a rare opening, a long-awaited moment for truth to meet power. He entered the hearing room not as a showman, not as a political actor, but as a scientist who had spent decades listening to data, to ice, and to the long memory of the Earth. The room was filled with senators, reporters, lobbyists, and industry scientists. Many of them had heard Kehoe's reassurances for years, the comforting idea that lead in the human body was natural, harmless, and ever-present. It was a belief that had shaped policy and public understanding for decades. Patterson was about to overturn it. He presented charts and graphs drawn from his ocean studies and his ice core work, evidence that stretched across centuries and continents. He traced a timeline from the quiet, almost lead-free atmosphere of pre-industrial times to the steep climb that began the moment Tetraethyl lead entered gasoline in 1923. He showed how year after year the lead burden grew, not just in the environment, but in human bodies. Then, in a voice steady and clear, he told the committee something unforgettable. The average resident of the United States is being subjected to a severe, chronic lead insult. With those words, the room fell into a quiet that carried both weight and disbelief. Patterson explained that modern Americans were not just mildly exposed, they were carrying lead burdens up to 100, even 1,000 times higher than their ancestors ever had. This was not a natural condition. It was a result of human intervention, poured into the sky one car exhaust at a time. Across the table sat the industry's witnesses, some funded by Ethyl Corporation, others influenced by decades of corporate reassurance. They repeated Kehoe's familiar claims, that lead was natural, that the body handled it safely, and that there was no proof of widespread harm. But the senators were seeing something they had never seen before, a picture of the Earth's atmosphere drawn not from theory, but from ice thousands of years old.
a picture so clear that even the smallest child could understand the spike Patterson had uncovered. One senator leaned forward and asked a question that cut to the heart of the matter. Why do we allow lead in the air at all, especially if it hurts children? Another questioned Kehoe's so-called safe threshold of 80 micrograms per deciliter, suggesting gently but firmly that it sounded less like science and more like corporate optimism dressed in technical language. For the first time, the old paradigm, the belief that lead exposure was harmless unless it produced immediate and visible symptoms, began to crack. The Kehoe paradigm, as it was called, had shaped policy for decades. Patterson was breaking it with a single, quiet presentation. The hearings did not ban lead outright. Change rarely happens that quickly. But they did something just as important. They shifted the public conversation. Newspapers began to report on the danger. Parents and teachers began to ask questions. Scientists who had once hesitated now felt a new freedom to speak. And government agencies started to consider alternatives to leaded gasoline, including the catalytic converter, a device that would only work properly with unleaded fuel. Slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, a long era began its decline. And in that hearing room, surrounded by senators and industry advocates and murmuring reporters, Patterson sat quietly, not triumphant, but resolute. He knew that truth takes time to settle, just as snow layers slowly into ice. But once truth begins to fall, it creates its own momentum. His voice that day carried not outrage, but a calm insistence that the world deserved to know what it was breathing. And in that moment, the tide began to turn.
Chapter 45, 1974, the first gentle warning that the ozone was in trouble. As Claire Patterson continued his calm but determined battle against lead in the environment, another, very different threat was quietly surfacing. One connected not to the air people breathed at street level, but to the very edge of the sky. And once again, the story led back to an invention from Thomas Midgley, Jr., a man whose creations had shaped the modern world in ways that were only now becoming fully visible.
This new chapter began in 1974, when two chemists at the University of California, Irvine, F. Sherwood Rowland and Mario Molina, started asking a question that few had thought to explore. What happens to chlorofluorocarbons, those smooth, stable, reliable gases known as CFCs, after they drift into the air? It seemed like a simple curiosity at first. CFCs had been celebrated for decades. They cooled refrigerators without danger, propelled hairsprays without flame, and filled home air conditioners with effortless security. They were so wonderfully inert, so utterly unreactive, that they were considered nearly perfect. They didn't burn, they didn't poison, they didn't corrode. They simply did their job and floated away. And that, Rowland and Molina realized, was the problem. Because these gases did not break down in the lower atmosphere, the warm, dense air where clouds drift and life unfolds, they simply kept rising, slowly but steadily. Year after year, molecule by molecule, they floated upward toward the stratosphere, the region of the atmosphere where Earth's protective ozone layer resides. The ozone layer is a thin shield, fragile yet vital. It filters the strongest ultraviolet radiation from the sun, protecting every living thing on Earth from damage. Up there, far above the weather and the winds, the sunlight is harsh in a way we rarely imagine. Ultraviolet rays strike with enough energy to break apart even the toughest molecules. Rowland and Molina realized that when CFCs reached this region, the sunlight would tear them apart, not in a violent explosion, but in a gentle, invisible chemical process. And from this quiet dismantling, something dangerous would be released: chlorine atoms. In the world of atmospheric chemistry, a chlorine atom is a kind of restless wanderer, highly reactive, eager to bond, and capable of participating in reactions over and over again. What Rowland and Molina discovered, to their astonishment, was that a single chlorine atom could destroy tens of thousands of ozone molecules before it became harmless. It acted like a catalyst, breaking apart ozone again and again, thinning the protective layer that stood between humanity and the sun's most intense radiation. This insight was stunning. It transformed the image of CFCs from harmless companions of modern life into silent chemical travelers that could, over time, weaken the Earth's ultraviolet shield. When Rowland and Molina published their findings in Nature in 1974, the response was mixed. Some scientists grasped the implications immediately. If the ozone layer began to thin significantly, the world could face higher rates of skin cancer, cataracts, immune system damage, and harm to plant and marine ecosystems. The connection was clear, elegant, and deeply troubling. But others resisted the idea. Some dismissed the work as alarmist. Others argued that the atmosphere was too vast, too resilient for human activity to damage it in such a dramatic way. And then there were the industries, most notably DuPont, which manufactured Freon and other CFCs. They argued that Rowland and Molina were misinterpreting the chemistry, that the lower atmosphere would somehow neutralize the chlorine before it could reach the stratosphere. They assured the public that the miracle gases were still completely safe. Industry voices had resources, influence, and decades of familiarity. The two scientists had only their equations, their models, and their growing concern. But science has its own rhythm, slow at times, yet persistent. Over the next few years, other researchers began to test the theory. They built models, ran atmospheric simulations, and checked satellite data. And again, the results confirmed what Rowland and Molina had predicted. The chemistry held up. The chlorine reactions were real. And as CFC production increased, the ozone layer would inevitably grow thinner. By 1976, only 2 years after the original paper, the scientific community had begun to grasp the magnitude of the danger. Ozone depletion was no longer an abstract idea. It was a real, looming threat that could impact every person on Earth. The very air that shielded life was being altered by chemicals once celebrated as safe. The world was not yet ready to act, but the seeds of awareness had been planted. A whisper had begun to travel through scientific circles, through government agencies, and eventually through the public as well. The story of CFCs, like the story of lead, was beginning to reveal an uncomfortable truth, that the inventions humans depended most deeply could also carry consequences that reached farther than anyone had imagined. And far above the clouds, beneath the quiet stretch of the stratosphere, the ozone layer was listening.
Chapter 46. The Quiet Chemistry That Showed How Chlorine Unravels the Sky. As the 1970s unfolded, the weight of Rowland and Molina's discovery began to sink in, not just for scientists, but for anyone who paused long enough to imagine the fragile shield stretched above our world. Their work revealed something subtle, yet astonishing. A quiet chain reaction happening high in the stratosphere,
invisible to the human eye, but powerful enough to reshape the chemistry of the sky. To understand what they found, imagine a CFC molecule drifting upward, rising slowly through the atmosphere. For years, it remains unchanged, calm, stable, unreactive. This stability had once been celebrated, one of the reasons CFCs were considered so safe. But far above the clouds, in the bright and unforgiving light of the stratosphere, everything changes. Up there, the sunlight carries ultraviolet radiation, a kind of high-energy light that can split even the most stubborn chemical bonds. When a CFC molecule finally meets this intense UV energy, it breaks apart. And in that moment, something is released. A single chlorine atom. It is a tiny particle, far too small to see, but its behavior is anything but small. This chlorine atom drifts through the thin air until it encounters an ozone molecule, one of the countless molecules that together form the protective layer shielding Earth from dangerous UV rays. Ozone is a fragile structure, made of 3 oxygen atoms bound together. When chlorine meets ozone, it steals 1 oxygen atom, forming chlorine monoxide, while leaving behind an ordinary oxygen molecule. In a heartbeat, 1 piece of the ozone shield is gone. But the story does not end here. A free oxygen atom roaming nearby soon encounters the chlorine monoxide, and when the two meet, they react in a way that frees the chlorine atom once again. It returns to its original form, ready to repeat the process. The oxygen atoms combine into an oxygen molecule, and the chlorine atom drifts away, unchanged, untouched, ready to destroy another ozone molecule. And then another. And another. Again and again, like a quiet metronome ticking in the sky. Roland and Melina realized that this cycle could repeat tens of thousands of times. A single chlorine atom released from a single CFC molecule could destroy 100,000 ozone molecules before finally becoming neutralized. This was not a small chemical curiosity. It was a revelation, one that explained how even tiny amounts of CFCs, released from spray cans and refrigerators and air conditioners, could have global effects. The destruction wasn't linear. It was catalytic, meaning it multiplied itself on a massive scale. What made the situation even more troublesome was the nature of the stratosphere itself. Down here on Earth's surface, there are many reactive molecules that can capture chlorine or break down dangerous chemicals. But high above us, the air is thin, dry, and slow-moving. There are few substances capable of interrupting the chlorine cycle. Once released, chlorine atoms can linger for years, sometimes decades, moving from one ozone molecule to the next in a slow, relentless chain. Roland and Melina's discovery meant that humanity had inadvertently created a powerful, long-lasting ozone sink, something that continuously stripped away the planet's ultraviolet shield. When their findings were published and reviewed, the scientific community confirmed the accuracy of their work. Atmospheric models aligned with their predictions. Other chemists replicated the reaction sequences. The pieces fell together with disquieting clarity.
The meaning was unmistakable. If CFC emissions continued at the rate they were growing in the early 1970s, the ozone layer would thin dramatically. The sun's UVB radiation, normally softened to a harmless glow, would reach Earth in its raw form, raising the risk of skin cancer, cataracts, immune system damage, and disruption of marine ecosystems. It was a breathtaking moment in scientific understanding. The realization that something as simple as a chlorine atom, drifting quietly in the thin air above the world, could shape the future of life on Earth. And so, just as Patterson's ice cores had revealed the planet's burden of lead, Rowland and Molina's chemistry revealed another hidden truth, one that reminded humanity that even the most stable inventions can carry consequences that echo far beyond the places we expect. In the gentle stillness of the night sky, beneath the shimmering ozone layer, a quiet drama was unfolding. And now, at last, the world was beginning to see it.
Chapter 47. The years when the ozone crisis was dismissed as science fiction. When Sherwood Rowland and Mario Molina published their findings in Nature in 1974, they expected debate. They expected questions, scrutiny, and careful scientific discussion. That is the rhythm of science. Ideas rise, they are tested, they are challenged, and then, if they are true, they endure.
What they did not expect was the storm that followed. Their discovery that chlorofluorocarbons, the same gentle, safe gases used in refrigerators and spray cans, were drifting into the stratosphere and eating away at the ozone layer, posed a direct threat not just to chemistry textbooks, but to an entire global industry worth billions of dollars. CFCs were deeply woven into the fabric of modern life. They cooled homes and cars, propelled aerosols, protected delicate electronics, and generated enormous profits. And so, the response was not quiet, and it was not kind. The chairman of DuPont, the world's largest producer of CFCs, dismissed Rowland and Molina's findings with a wave of the hand. He called the idea a science fiction tale, a load of rubbish, utter nonsense. His words carried a certain casual confidence, the confidence of a company accustomed to shaping the public narrative. To him, the thought that humanity could damage the vast ozone layer seemed laughable. But industry resistance did not stop with skepticism. It hardened into something sharper. Trade journals, funded by chemical companies, began publishing articles casting the two scientists as troublemakers, alarmists, stirring up panic over nothing. Some pieces went even further, slipping into the realm of conspiracy. They accused Rowland and Molina of being Soviet agents, part of a Cold War plot to undermine American industry. The claims were baseless, strange, even absurd. Yet they found an audience among those eager to believe that economic stability was under attack, not the atmosphere itself. In Hollywood, writers connected to chemical interests began penning opinion pieces claiming that the threat to the ozone layer was pure fantasy. In London, a letter circulated asserting that Soviet scientists had found inert impurities in CFCs that supposedly made them harmless, a rumor later traced to industry public relations efforts. Every tactic had a single purpose: to dismiss the science, to confuse the public, and to delay regulation. And in Washington, these efforts intensified. DuPont lobbied the Environmental Protection Agency, urging officials to wait, to study the issue more, to postpone any decisions that might reduce CFC production. Congressional aides were pressed to ignore the warnings. Trade associations threatened lawsuits against any attempt to ban or restrict CFCs. Behind closed doors, executives told Rowland, "You're talking a lot of science fiction. We don't believe in that nonsense." Nearly for a decade, the industry strategy held. Rowland and Molina were ridiculed, misrepresented, and treated with suspicion by those whose livelihoods depended on CFCs. Young scientists hesitated to enter the field, fearing controversy, and the phrase ozone hole sounded to many like something pulled from a dystopian novel rather than a scientific forecast. And yet, through all of this, Rowland and Molina remained calm, steady, and focused. They continued to refine their calculations. They spoke at conferences. They answered questions with patience and clarity. They collaborated with German chemist Paul Crutzen, whose work on atmospheric nitrogen processes had already earned international respect. Together, these scientists formed a quiet chorus of concern, a steady voice rising above the noise of denial. Their message was not dramatic. It was simply, we need to be careful, and we need to act. In the early 1980s, the scientific understanding of atmospheric chemistry deepened. Models grew more sophisticated. Independent researchers began confirming the chlorine-driven ozone destruction cycle. Slowly, the landscape of doubt began to shift. The theories once mocked as science fiction started to appear increasingly plausible. And then, in 1985, something happened that changed the conversation forever. A discovery so large, so undeniable, and so unexpected that even the most determined critics could no longer dismiss it. But that is the next chapter of the story. For now, we linger in this moment, when truth met resistance, when science met industry, and when the calm persistence of two chemists began to reshape the way the world understood its own sky.
Chapter 48. 1985. The Antarctic discovery that shocked the world awake. Sometimes in science, the most unsettling discoveries begin not with a dramatic revelation, but with a quiet sense that something simply doesn't add up. And in the early 1980s, far away at the edge of the world, 3 scientists from the British Antarctic Survey experienced exactly that feeling. Joe Farman, Brian Gardner, and Jonathan Shanklin had been monitoring the atmosphere above Antarctica for years. Their work was steady and methodical, carried out through bitter winds and months of darkness, long after most of the world had stopped paying attention to the ozone debate. They collected readings season after season, building a record of the sky above the most remote continent on Earth. Then, in the austral spring, around September, they noticed something strange. Their instruments were measuring extraordinarily low levels of ozone, far lower than anything they had ever seen. At first, the numbers were so shocking that the team suspected a malfunction. Perhaps the sensors had frozen or corroded. Perhaps the electronics were failing in the extreme cold.
It seemed more plausible that the equipment was broken than to believe the ozone layer had simply disappeared. But when they replaced the instruments, the readings stayed the same. The ozone wasn't thinning slightly. It wasn't showing a small decline. It had collapsed. In some regions, more than half of the ozone had vanished, leaving behind a vast region of the atmosphere with dangerously low protection from the sun's ultraviolet rays. It was, quite literally, a hole in the ozone layer. In May 1985, Farman and his colleagues published their discovery in Nature. Their paper was short, just a few pages long, but it sent ripples through the scientific world. This Antarctic ozone hole was far larger and more dramatic than anything Rowland and Molina's models had predicted. The loss wasn't gradual, it was seasonal, repeating every spring like a wound reopening after the long polar night. This was the smoking gun. The overwhelming depletion matched perfectly with the chemical reactions triggered by chlorine and bromine atoms released from CFCs and halons once they reached the stratosphere. As the news broke, journalists struggled to find words large enough to describe the scale of what had happened. Some wrote that humanity had punched a hole in the sky. Others described it as the moment when we realized we had cracked our planet's natural shield, a shield that had quietly protected life on Earth for billions of years. Satellite data soon confirmed the horrifying truth. Each year, hundreds of thousands of square miles over Antarctica were experiencing severe ozone depletion, an area so vast it dwarfed entire continents. The images showed a blue-purple void where healthy ozone levels should have been, a haunting reminder of what chemicals produced on the ground could do to the sky. Suddenly, the warnings that had once been dismissed as science fiction, nonsense, and alarmism were no longer theoretical. They were visible, they were measurable, they were undeniable. Public reaction was swift and emotional. Newspapers ran stories about the dangers of ultraviolet radiation, about children more vulnerable to sunburn, about crops and marine plankton at risk, about the quiet but far-reaching consequences that could ripple through ecosystems. Even fictional scenarios appeared in magazines, imagining how life in polar regions might change under harsher sunlight. Scientists from around the world mobilized. They updated atmospheric models. They launched international studies. They examined satellite archives to understand how long the hole had been forming. And again, the data pointed back to CFCs and halons, the very chemicals once heralded as harmless, essential, and safe. Policymakers felt the urgency too. The Antarctic ozone hole became a symbol of how human activity, even something as simple as a gas used in refrigerators and spray cans, could alter the planet on a global scale without anyone noticing until it was almost too late. This moment, this discovery at the bottom of the world, became the turning point. It validated Rowland and Molina's work beyond any doubt. It silenced the skeptics, and it opened a path toward one of the most significant environmental agreements in human history. But for now, in this quiet moment of reflection, we simply sit with the awe of it, the realization that our planet is both resilient and fragile,
powerful yet delicate, and that the sky above us, so vast and serene, can also bear the marks of our choices. And in the year 1985, those marks became impossible to ignore.
Chapter 49.
The Montreal Protocol of 1987. The night humanity chose to protect the sky.
By the mid-1980s, the world found itself standing at an unexpected threshold. For decades, society had trusted CFCs, those calm, reliable gases that cooled refrigerators and filled spray cans without flame or danger. Their stability had been celebrated. Their popularity had been unquestioned. But now, with the stark blue void of the Antarctic ozone hole staring back from satellite images, the truth had become impossible to ignore.
The realization spread slowly at first, a quiet unease like a cold wind moving through a room that had once felt warm. Newspapers published haunting images of the ozone hole, its size dwarfing entire continents. Scientists explained in simple terms what its presence meant, that the protective veil shielding Earth from ultraviolet radiation had been pierced, and sunlight that once filtered gently through the atmosphere could now reach the surface with harsh and damaging intensity. People began to imagine a world without that shield, a world where going outside on a bright day could be dangerous, where crops might wither under a stronger sun, and where skin cancer and cataracts would become far more common. The threat was not distant or abstract. It was woven directly into the air that wrapped around the planet. And something remarkable happened. For perhaps the first time in modern history, humanity paused, looked upward together, and recognized a shared responsibility. The crisis belonged to no single nation. The sky itself connected everyone. In September 1987, representatives from 27 countries gathered to sign what would become one of the most influential environmental agreements in human history, the Montreal Protocol on Substances that Deplete the Ozone Layer. It was not a simple pledge or a symbolic gesture. It was a binding commitment, an agreement to phase out the production and use of the chemicals that had brought us to this moment. The signatory nations promised to drastically reduce the output of CFCs, halons, and other ozone-destroying compounds. The initial goal was bold: to cut global CFC production by 50% before the year 2000. But the protocol did more than set targets. It charted a new course for the world. It acknowledged openly and clearly that the old chemicals, the very ones Midgley had once proudly introduced, were now a danger too great to ignore. This global treaty committed nations to abandoning technologies that had once symbolized progress and to seeking new solutions that could sustain life rather than threaten it. Major chemical companies, including DuPont, agreed to halt new CFC production lines. They began working on alternatives like HCFCs and HFCs, transition chemicals considered far less destructive to the ozone layer. It was a massive shift for the corporate world, a rare moment when industry and governments moved together for the sake of the planet. And the agreement did not remain static. Over the years, as scientific understanding deepened, the treaty was strengthened. Amendments in 1990 and beyond accelerated the phase-out schedule and extended restrictions to more substances.
Nations rich and poor joined the effort, with developing countries given a grace period so the transition would not harm their economies, but ultimately, they too committed to eliminating CFCs entirely. By 2010, global production of the most harmful CFCs had ceased. Looking back now, the Montreal Protocol stands as a testament to what humanity can achieve when it recognizes its interconnectedness. It is widely regarded as the most successful environmental treaty ever created, credited not only with preventing a catastrophic collapse of the ozone layer, but with demonstrating that global cooperation, even across political divides, is possible when the stakes are high enough. And yet, the story is not quite finished. CFCs are long-lived molecules. The ones released decades ago linger in the atmosphere, drifting through the stratosphere and slowly breaking down over many years. Full recovery of the ozone layer will take time, likely until the late 21st century. But the healing has already begun. Measurements show gradual improvement. The hole over Antarctica, once a symbol of looming planetary danger, is shrinking. The Montreal Protocol was more than a treaty. It was humanity choosing a wiser path, acknowledging its mistakes, and gently beginning the process of repair. It was, in a quiet and profound way, a promise to the sky.
Chapter 50. The gentle vindication of the scientists who tried to warn us. As the 20th century drew toward its close, something gentle yet profound began to happen. After decades of struggle, doubt, resistance, and persistence, the scientists who had raised the alarm about humanity's invisible dangers began to see the world shift. The atmosphere, once taken for granted as an infinite and unchanging sky, had become a place where human choices truly mattered, and the voices that had warned of this truth were finally being heard. In 1995, one of the most meaningful acknowledgments in the history of environmental science occurred. F. Sherwood Rowland, Mario Molina, and Paul Crutzen were awarded the Nobel Prize in Chemistry for their work on the chemistry of the atmosphere, especially their discoveries concerning ozone depletion. It was the first time the Nobel Committee explicitly honored research that protected the planet itself. The prize was not just a scientific recognition, it was a global affirmation that their warnings had been real, that their calculations had been sound, and that their persistence had helped save the world from one of Midgley's most dangerous legacies. The Nobel Committee wrote that their discoveries had led directly to an international treaty phasing out harmful gases. In that simple statement, the years of ridicule, dismissal, and industrial pushback seemed to fade into the background. The scientists who had once been mocked as alarmists were now celebrated as guardians of the planet's future. And the story did not end with the ozone layer. In another arena, one closer to the ground and woven into everyday life, Claire Patterson also lived to see his work vindicated. The efforts he had begun decades earlier, spending endless hours in a clean room, removing every trace of contamination just to measure Earth's natural baseline, had helped expose a hidden danger in gasoline. The Clean Air Act of 1970 marked the beginning of a long and steady phase-out of tetraethyl lead in the United States. By the mid-1980s, leaded gasoline was nearly gone, and in 1996, it was banned entirely for on-road use. The results were astonishing. Between 1976 and 1991, the average level of lead in the blood of American children dropped by an incredible 76%. By the year 2000, children around the world had only a fraction, sometimes 1/10, of the lead burden carried by children a generation earlier. Scientists and public health experts called the phase-out one of the greatest environmental and medical successes of the century. Millions of children were spared cognitive damage.
Millions more would grow up healthier, safer, and freer because of the efforts of scientists who refused to remain silent. Claire Patterson saw this transformation before he died. Reporters asked him how it felt to see the world finally acknowledge what he had spent so long uncovering. He said that nothing made him prouder than knowing that countless children, born long after he had begun his lonely crusade, would enjoy clearer minds and brighter futures. It was a quiet triumph, the kind that grows over time like a seed, finally flowering after years of patient tending. Thomas Midgley, Jr., whose inventions had caused so much unintended harm, did not live to see this outcome. He died while Tetraethyl lead was still widely sold, and CFCs still filled the atmosphere. But history would come to view his life very differently than the way it was seen during his rise to fame. What once seemed like miracles, powerful, elegant solutions to industrial challenges, had concealed dangers that erupted only after decades of widespread use. His story became a cautionary tale. It illustrated the law of unintended consequences, a reminder that even the brightest innovations can cast long shadows. As the writer Tim Harford put it, Midgley's inventions were meant to help humanity thrive, yet they almost ended the world with their quiet, accumulating side effects. The arc of Midgley's life is a complex one, brilliant, influential, and tragic. It teaches a simple truth that resonates even more deeply today, that progress must be coupled with wisdom, that solutions must be examined not just for their benefits, but also for their hidden costs, and that the health of our planet rests in the balance between innovation and foresight. In the end, the vindication of Rowland, Molina, Crutzen, Patterson, and others serves as a gentle reminder. Science, when guided by integrity and patience, can illuminate dangers long before they become disasters. And sometimes it can help humanity step back from the edge, breathe more freely, and begin again with clearer eyes.
Chapter 51. How Lead Slowly Left Our Lives, One Phase Out at a Time. When we look back across the sweep of the 20th century, it becomes clear that few individuals shaped the modern world as dramatically and as paradoxically as Thomas Midgley, Jr. His inventions changed everyday life in profound and practical ways. They made cars run more smoothly and allowed millions to cool their homes, preserve food safely, and enjoy comforts that earlier generations could scarcely imagine. Yet the same innovations that brought such convenience carried consequences that unfolded quietly, invisibly, and sometimes catastrophically. And so, reflecting on Midgley's work is like holding two truths in the palm of your hand at the same time, one warm and optimistic, the other cold and unsettling. Tonight, let us wander gently through these two inventions, comparing their origins, their gifts to the world, and the shadows they cast in the decades that followed.
Midgley's first breakthrough came in 1921 when he discovered tetraethyl lead, TEL, as a way to solve a persistent problem in early engines. Cars in those days were unreliable companions. Their engines rattled and knocked, wasting fuel and limiting performance. TEL changed that. By boosting gasoline's octane from about 40 to well over 100, it allowed engines to run with far greater power and efficiency. Drivers around the world felt the difference almost immediately. It was as if the automobile itself had matured overnight. But the cost of that improvement drifted quietly into the air. Every gallon of leaded gasoline released a fine dust of metallic lead, which settled into soil, houses, and the bodies of those who lived nearby. By the 1970s,
An estimated 200,000 tons of lead were being scattered across the world each year through exhaust pipes. Much of this exposure was invisible, especially in children. It did not make headlines in a dramatic way. Instead, it slowly dimmed lives, lowering IQ, harming neural development, and touching generations born long after Tell's invention. Claire Patterson, through unwavering persistence, helped reveal this truth. His work showed that the lead saturating the world was not natural at all, but the result of a century of combustion. His efforts contributed to the Clean Air Act, and ultimately to the phase-out of leaded gasoline. By the mid-1990s, blood lead levels in American children had fallen by more than 70%. The world had taken a long, deep breath, and for millions of families, the effects would be felt in sharper minds and healthier futures. Midgley's second invention, created in 1928 and introduced commercially in 1930, seemed at first like the perfect solution to another troubling problem. Refrigerants of the early 20th century, chemicals like ammonia and methyl chloride, were often dangerous. They could poison or explode, making household cooling a risky enterprise. Midgley's Freon, a chlorofluorocarbon or CFC, appeared to be a miracle. It was stable, non-toxic, non-flammable, and easy to manufacture. It soon found its way into refrigerators, air conditioners, spray cans, electronics cleaning, and even insulation foam. By mid-century, the world was filled with devices that made life more comfortable, thanks to CFCs. Their gentleness, however, turned out to be an illusion. Because they were so stable, CFCs drifted upward through the atmosphere, reaching the stratosphere intact. There, powerful ultraviolet sunlight split the molecules apart, releasing chlorine atoms capable of destroying ozone with astonishing efficiency. Over years, these reactions eroded the Earth's natural ultraviolet shield, leading to the formation of the Antarctic ozone hole, a discovery that stunned the world. The consequences rippled outward. Increased risk of skin cancer, cataracts, and harm to delicate ecosystems, from plankton in sunlit waters to the leaves of crops in exposed fields. The crisis unfolded on a global scale, and its fingerprints could be seen in the very air above the poles. Led by scientific warnings from Rowland, Molina, and Crutzen, the world eventually acted. The Montreal Protocol of 1987 began the phase-out of CFCs, a remarkable moment of cooperation among nations. And slowly, gracefully, the ozone layer has been healing. When we place these two inventions side by side, their stories echo one another. Both began as solutions to real problems. Both were celebrated as triumphs of modern chemistry. And both revealed, only after decades, that even well-intentioned innovations can reshape the planet in ways their creators never imagined. The timelines differ. Tell's harms surfaced early and visibly, while CFCs hid their danger for far longer. But in the end, the world confronted both. Leaded gasoline vanished from American roads by 1996. CFCs were phased out globally in the years that followed. Each ban stands today as a milestone in environmental protection. EPA Administrator Carol Browner once described the elimination of lead from gasoline as one of the great environmental achievements of all time. and the Montreal Protocol is widely considered the most successful environmental treaty in human history. Midgley's legacy, therefore, is not merely one of harm or of innovation. It is a lesson about the delicate balance between human ingenuity and the planet that sustains us. His work reminds us that progress must be paired with foresight, that discovery must be tempered by humility, and that even the brightest achievements can cast long shadows. In his story, we find both a warning and a quiet hope, that with reflection, cooperation, and the courage to correct our course, humanity can learn from its past and choose a wiser path forward.
Chapter 52. A Soft Reflection. The Law of Unintended Consequences. As we reach the end of this long and complicated story, it's almost impossible not to pause for a moment and sit with the weight of it. Thomas Midgley, Jr. passed away more than 70 years ago, yet the world we live in still bears the imprint of his hands, his ideas, and his inventions. His presence lingers not in statues or memorials, but in the very air above us and the soil beneath our feet. The lead that once streamed from the tailpipes of millions of cars still rests in the topsoil of our cities. It has become, quite literally, a geological marker, a thin, unmistakable layer that future scientists will be able to point to and say, "Here, this is where the world changed." And far above us, the chlorofluorocarbons that Midgley once promoted as perfect, harmless gases continue to drift through the stratosphere. Though their levels are slowly falling thanks to global cooperation, their presence will remain for decades to come.
Midgley's life, when viewed in full, becomes something larger than the tale of one inventor. It becomes a quiet epic of the industrial age, a story that reveals how human brilliance can be both a gift and a peril. He was not a villain, not in intention and not in spirit. By all accounts, he was warm, curious, charming, and endlessly creative. He approached problems with enthusiasm, relying on the best scientific knowledge available to him at the time. He wanted to make engines run more smoothly. He wanted to make refrigeration safe. He wanted to improve life, and in many ways he succeeded. But the natural world has its own laws, its own rhythms, and its own delicate balances. And Midgley's inventions disturbed those balances in ways he could never have foreseen. Tetraethyl lead brought an era of powerful engines, yet left behind a trail of neurological harm that touched generations of children around the globe. Chlorofluorocarbons offered cool homes and safe refrigeration, yet created massive wounds in the ozone layer, opening the sky to ultraviolet radiation. Modern authors have sometimes described his story in dramatic terms, suggesting that his inventions nearly extinguished all life on land. While such phrases are more poetic than literal, they highlight the profound truth at the heart of Midgley's legacy. Even well-intentioned solutions can ripple outward in ways no one expects. This is the essence of the law of unintended consequences. Midgley never imagined that adding lead to gasoline would silently harm children's developing brains. He never dreamed that an inert, non-toxic refrigerant could rise into the stratosphere and unravel the planet's ultraviolet shield. His work reminds us that technology, no matter how elegant or beneficial at first glance, must be approached with humility. And this, perhaps, is his true legacy. Not just the chemicals he created, but the lessons that followed. Because of the harm his inventions brought, regulations changed. Risk assessments became standard. New chemicals were scrutinized before being released. Environmental science grew into a field of caution, foresight, and long-term thinking. And in a sense, Midgley's story helped shape a more careful, more thoughtful approach to innovation. Today, as we face challenges like climate change, artificial intelligence, and biotechnology, fields where promise and danger walk side by side, Midgley's life offers a soft, persistent reminder. It encourages us to be brave in invention, but wise in responsibility, to pursue progress while remembering the fragile planet that holds us. In mythology, Prometheus stole fire from the gods and gifted it to humanity. Fire brought warmth, knowledge, and power, but it also carried the potential to burn. Midgley, in many ways, was a modern Prometheus. He offered the world new forms of industrial fire. And the world learned, painfully, that fire must be handled with care. His story invites us not into fear, but into reflection, into a gentler, more thoughtful understanding of what it means to build, to create, and to leave a mark on the world.